Good morning. Pranam. Namaste. Subhanallah. Shubhodaya. Good morning. Every moment the way the God gives is always good. There is a God in the good itself. If you only make, you add zero, another zero, and everything becomes a good. You are a God only if the zero entropy is achieved. 1 0 becomes entropy, 1 0 is removed, called entropy, and then you become a God. You are always good. The one who is always good is always a God. The one who is a God is always good. It cannot happen. A bad becomes a God becomes a bad. There is only called a good morning because God gives every moment for us to adapt, for us to see stronger, for us to grow. The rapid change that God gives is for us to become much more stronger, much more stronger. Is strengthening the Lucifer for us because he is seeing we are becoming weak. And the struggle for survival, the God wants us to learn, observe, and become adaptive instead of questioning, instead of getting outdated, outpaced. How quickly we adapt, how quickly you excel, how quickly you go beyond the change. And the smile on your face, you are a God, you are a good person. You will never become a bad. Our inability to cope with the change that is so rapid, a short waves, and that makes us bad, nothing else. There is no way lethargy, lazy. Yes, they can survive perhaps, but they are living dead. Understand? Yoga is not for a living dead by swallowing the pills like the world today. Yoga is to become a God, and to say to whomever we see morning to evening, a good morning, irrespective of what that person is, what the situation is, what the environment is. For a yogi, everything is good. There's no so-called, the word bad long ago vanished. There's no such a thing called bad. Everything is good. For me, everything, every moment I have seen, entire transformation of my life is, and it is, I can't tell you, the best. It's not even a good. Only I believe in the God, in the pursuit of becoming a good. I have seen, in fact, I gained every sacrifice, and as I wouldn't say, actually every investment God has given me an opportunity, every struggle God has given me an opportunity, when I never considered it as a struggle. Everything, every pain God has given, every accident God has given me, and everything when I availed, I never treated it as a bad. That is, I am the luckiest one not to question a God. Why my father was like that? Or my grandfather, why he left the Himalayas as a sannyasin? Why my father, my grandfather, my mother's father is like a God? Why my father is like a demon every day? Both of them, from my childhood, never questioned. The goodness of, a special goodness of my grandmother to me, a special love, because perhaps she has seen her husband in me, a grandson. Among all my cousins, my grandmother always took me close. She has given me the best. Try to give the best whether I wanted or not. Another side, my father, is like a demon every day to my mother or to me. But never I judged any of them. Neither I considered that as a good, nor this I considered as a bad. Having no meal in a joint family during my childhood, or having a meal has not made any difference to me. Where I had no money to travel to the Himalayas, or when I had money to travel to the Himalayas, it did not make any difference. But only difference is that was the best thing for me. Whatever the bad happened, I consider it always the best. Because of that, I see my life turn year to year, time to time, the best. How much God loved me, what God made me. No amount of my gratitude, whatever I am teaching you, it is nothing in front of that God. What God has given me, what I feel every moment in the abode of the God, in the glory of the God, in the heart of the God. But do you know, my whole life, if you were in my place, you would have cursed the God. You would have treated the life like a hell. You would have refused to live. You would have thought of suiciding many times. That is only the difference. You would die. You would continue to die. You would continue to get the disease. But I am like any other species, perhaps, since I am born. Like any dog, like any species. In all, I only had enormous gratitude to the God. Whether He has given me the best of the trouble, the best of the accidents that one can have, worst accidents, the best of the accidents one can have. I never lost a hope. I never, the best, the worst accident I had, the best determination I had, the best positive attitude I had. Never there was any moment. In the worst accident scenario, when I got fractures, I was thinking of the next, a person sitting in my next to in the same seat, when he could not move. And because of my determination, because my mind is strong, the amount of the fractures is the same. But what made me to move and what made the other person could not move is his mind is so weak. He's so scared of the death. And the number of fractures I had are many more than that person. But when I helped that person in that scenario, not even caring my fracture, there was not even a thought about how many fractures I had. All that I am worried about, the fractures he had. How to pull him out of the seat in a collapsed bus. How to pull him out. How to help him out. How to calm him down. I am so engaged. Not today. That was maybe 45 years ago, 40 years ago. After he was admitted in the hospital, after I had given him the money, there was no thought whether I had money further to go down or not. There was not even a thought arose in my mind. At that time, today, I'm telling you, after so many years, when I analyze the scenario of those days, what made Kumar to be grateful to the God? What made me, to appreciate or to connect the pool of consciousness? What made me to sacrifice, or is not even a sacrifice? Whatever the amount I serve to the community of yoga or to the pool of consciousness or to you, it is not even an iota. Understand, getting an opportunity to serve that person next to me in my seat when the bus traveling us met with an accident at any point of time in my life. In the worst scenario, I'm only thinking about the others, how worst it is for them, not how worst it is for me. Never it was the worst for me, because I know how much it is the worst for them, because the mind is perceiving it as the worst. So how to give them the confidence in that scenario, how to pull them out. Where's my brother in my life? So facing every day, my father or my mother. It's all about understanding the feelings of others, vulnerabilities of others, and not thinking that, when I can face, why not they face? But understanding their vulnerability and trying to help them to pull out of them is only my life journey. Where it is today, when I had a penny, whether I am full of pennies, doesn't matter. No penny has ever touched my soul, my volition, my being. For any of you to come to my level, I tell you, yes, I am teaching you the same technologies, the same methodologies, but there is a karma. I can't see, virtually seeing, I can't see any one of you evolving to that level. Any one of the volunteers try to take to my heart, give them opportunity, they can't. I can see the vulnerabilities of them. Understand, I had a trust, had a faith, had a devotion, not because he made my life torture, because of my torture. The more torture my life was, more incredibly grateful to the God, more strong I was. I see exactly opposite in many of you. Isn't it? Never I was happy when everything was going smooth, frankly speaking. I created myself in situations where I have to go out to help others because resting is a rusting. Never in my life. I do not know what is rest, as you call, because my mind is always in rest. Understand? For me, rest is inertia. That is born out of singularity. A rest is nothing but a rust. Understand? Are you looking for a rest? What is a yogi becoming? You're becoming a lethargy and lazy. God will arrange everything for you. Because you can enjoy everything. You can delegate everything, so sitting in a chair, right? And so, is it what God will? That's called what a yogi is all about. Yogi is the one who moved from pan, jumped from pan on the fire to into the fire. Not happy with the fire and the pan. Understand? That's the sun. A guru is a sun. A yogi is a sun. A guru is a sun. Understand? He is not a psychic, a ascetic, indulging in a pain, No, to go beyond the pain. Understand? The joy of the burden is the amount of the burden, the joy. If that joy is not there, if that burden is not there, there is no joy for a guru. If there is, that's the reason why he served. That's why Jesus serves. A prophet serves. A Patanjali serves. A Buddha serves. Why they are incredible? What a small specks. We love ourselves, right? What kind of a small happiness of a predator. These days, living in cities, I see, a girl, so coming from a family in a village or a small town, got a job, a part software in the city. This girl takes a flat, an independent flat, lives in an apartment. Coming from a village, coming from a joint family, from a culture of socializing. This girl, in fact, is moved from a small family to a big family, so-called apartment, a rented apartment in the community. The first thing she should do is, and she found a big family, in fact, she should be socializing so well with the neighbors, and she's becoming excellent friend of everyone in the apartment. Moving from a payroll center, moving from a small village in the Wales, a small village from Ireland, and a small village somewhere in Glasgow, somewhere a small village from North Carolina, a small village in Finland, and a small village when you end up in New York or when you end up in London, because of your family support, your education, and the thumb rule is, so the entire purpose of education in a village, and for you to get educated, you are a pride of your parents because you are moving into a city to earn more money, right? Unlike any other villages. And you now move into the city flat in a London or in a New York or in a Tokyo or in a Seoul or in a Shanghai or in a Hong Kong or a Dublin or, you move into Delhi and from Himalayas, down the Himalayan forest, a small village in Himachal. A non-reachable area, you move into Chandigarh, you move into Delhi, into the posh area, or into Mumbai, into Bangalore, Now one of, our person living, what he is leaving Himalayas, going into now a posh bungalow. God wanted him to be in Himalayas, and he has shown the way. Now he wants to move from Himalayas to a posh, into a Bangalore. Shows a utter immaturity of a person, an opportunist nature of a person. This is how we betray the God when God comes to rescue us, when we are in need. Understand? I'm just observing the scenario of my volunteers, my so-called devoted students. When this girl moves into a flat, you know how happy she is and how proud she is. Her dress changes and her style changes. Her mobile changes and her contacts change. When this girl in a village, everyone knows everything about this girl and the family. She is under thorough observation. Electron behaves properly, moving into Tokyo, living in this flat with the more money God arranged for her. Now, she doesn't reveal her identity to even a neighbor flat. No one in her apartment would show any interest, first of all, to know about her. Nor he is interested, nor she or he is interested in revealing. If someone asks, the face is like, who the hell you are? All the time, When I observe this free radical, electron becoming a free radical coming to the city, I can see the behavior of this radical, from a absolutely socializing environment, moving into a predator, becoming, it's not the environment is a predator, but becoming the pleasure in behaving like a predator, from a dog to a predator. The pleasure, God has arranged this job and this money for this girl or a boy, giving her riches, giving her education to become a predator. Or with that money and to more socialize with everyone in the apartment. The girl should be on the tip of the tongue of every entire apartment. Oh my God, this girl, so socializing, so connecting. She always inquires, how we are, how our family members are, how she empathizes with us, how she sympathizes with us, how she goes out of the way to help each one of these apartment in my community, in this apartment, each one of the flats she knows, and everyone in the flat, every family in the flat, every kid and grandparents to everyone, how much they love this girl, because there is no moment this girl spared to serve every family, because she comes from a village, and in this apartment, everyone, leaving that village, the same love, the same compassion, and what she left will create here, another village for her. That is called what this girl is supposed to do. She is the tongue, of everyone. Everyone, oh my God, This flat, this girl, I don't know from where this girl came. She's so kind, so helpful, so direct. Hey, girl! Every morning, as the girl travels, everyone wishing, hey, how are you, girl? Have a good day. Have a nice day, girl. May God bless you, girl. And may you have a good husband, girl. May you have a good children, girl. May you prosper in your life, girl. You're so good. You're so kind. Is that the girl you are? A girl, and for the namesake purchased a flat and rented a flat, but hardly she lives in the flat. When she comes in the night, when she decorates herself, when she goes out to see her new friend, a boyfriend or a girlfriend, and what indulgence. When she would come back, when she would sleep, what she would eat. When she would sleep, no one should ask. Because in village, parents ask, siblings ask, observe. Everyone is observer, entire village, Here, what a brilliant opportunity you got moving from, from an Indian, say, small house, where your parents are like, more than a CCTV, more than a Google, more than, a thoroughbred watchdogs, trained dogs, sniffing dogs. Now the parents are sniffing what these children are doing. Never believe the children. And moving into New York, moving into on a job for the money's sake. When they move out, I'm not joking. Right. God, unlike him, to the children to the Somalia, is so harsh. For you, he has given a job. He has given you extraordinary. The amount you get, the money you get. Incomparable with any of this. When you are in that place in Somalia, oh my God, I should help everyone. That thought arose every moment. If at all, if I get a job, I must help my kids over there, my friends over here. But the moment you moved into the city, God has arranged, looking into your volition, so if I give her a good job, if I give her a good education, if I give her a good position, she would be serving. I can't serve. I can only serve through the people, whom I can trust. God has trusted her. And now, is this girl or a boy moved from a small house to a big palatial bungalow in Bay Area, in Los Angeles, are they doing the same? On any day, have they ever served? Has God given them that job and that state position to serve for many like a Jesus? Karmaphala sannyasa yoga. Oh my God. Never in my life my father earned. How I can use this money to alleviate the pain of many. How this money can be used for the society. Not even a single day engaged. His lifestyle has not changed. Never engaged in any pleasure. whatever the money earned, God has given him to help others, to give it to others. Served every money. She never cared what is the Starbucks coffee or what is like. Damn, never interested. She is in touch with her soul, never lost her soul. Thinking of all those souls in the village, in India. How I can help my fellow countrymen. Do you think the one who thinks like that the God would love and she would feel happy by giving all her earnings to the society? Or do you think our God has given her the status, or the one, who has become arrogant, traveling, purchased a better car, purchased a best flat, and best of the perfume she can buy, and best of the position she got to look down upon. She brought her own properties in India for the touch. She's a nightmare for the parents. Nightmare, maybe she is asset for the parents, but nightmare for anyone else. Anyone else she comes, looks down upon you useless fellas. You should be smart like me. You see, that's a way qualification you have to acquire. You should be smart enough giving lectures because she's successful and giving lectures to the students in the universities. How smart you should be. You should learn from me. So, on the money, status, how you should be a predator, how you should move from socio-canine animal to a predator. She gives English. Everyone is, her success story, her arrogance story, her ego-worshipping story, her self-worshipping story. Her stories of success, of biographies, of arrogance, of Jeb Boss. Jeb Boss should be invited by every management school, because the suckers of the someone's sweat, whom we invite, suckers of the blood. Never ever call these corporate company executives for in your school or in your organization to tell them about their success, useless fellows, Lucifer, the devils, the mother scavengers, motherfuckers they are. The land from where they got bread and butter, they are beating on the same breast which fed them. Are you one? You are going to the same God who has given you everything, still with a big, let me get this chief executive position, God, now I can bribe you much more. The God has given you that money position because you can bribe him more. Which motherfucker is not doing that? Tell me. For even an ordinary person, they think becoming a predator means that's a lie. Becoming a predator means that is a luxury. Becoming a predator is only the purpose of a human existence. How quickly I will become a predator like that fellow? This is the training parents give. This is what our children observe. The best successful person in the world means the best predator. The one who sucks everywhere. The more people's blood he sucks, the more we adore him, the more we reward him, isn't it? Is it the success story or what is his stress? What is his arrogance? What is the reaction level? What is his happiness index? How contented he is? How peaceful he is? Is there any peace for him? Never. He can't experience. If you realize what is where the joy comes, a joy comes irrespective of whatever God has given you, you give it to the God. Serving a God is serving a society, serving a society. You will never forget your roots. You never indulge, you can't indulge in any pleasure. No amount of the success would ever bring any change in you if you are trustworthy of the God. If you are not betrayed the God in his back, in his butt, for the things he has arranged you, you betrayed the God. You kicked the God in his butt, and you want to corrupt him further, for further kicking him. That is the story of the God today. Good morning. Understand. Perhaps in my childhood I never felt every moment so incredibly gratitude and grateful to the God. Today, every moment, my heart is full of gratitude to the God. Never experienced so much a burden of gratitude in my life. Reaching out many on the online is a more burden actually of a God. Gratitude to the God overwhelms. To serve so many, to all of you, is what I made. It's a God arranged thing. God arranged thing. Serving a God, serving a human is a serving a God. That's what Jesus, any yogi did. Any person who transformed a dead. No one moved from a connected society to a predator society. Unlike this corporate game, unlike this modern education, unless the modern pseudo-grooming of the children by the parents. What a pathetic story of, understand, to talk about God, to connect you to the God. Understand. When I look at, there's no difference. The Patanjali is the bold one. Patanjali is only the one bold one to tell the world. Jesus is a God himself. Prophet himself is a God. Guru himself is a God. There is no God. A stupid fellow. Guru is a God. That's all. You only go to the Guru who has become a klesha, karma, vibhaka, vishaya of vispruha hai, vishaya, ashayai, vispruha hai, purusha, vishesha, ishvaraha. There is a person called God. A guy who is representative of a God. God only arranges his messengers. He has not betrayed in the butt of the God. Everything God has given him, he used everything to serve every child of the God. He has dissolved his ego. He has transformed his gene expression from self-centered germ immortality to eternal immortality to serve everyone. Klesha. He transformed, he changed his gene expression and gene transcription and translation. Every moment is to serve everyone. His entire stress capacity, adaptability is to take the load and burden of the others, to share the burden of the others, to serve others. The gene expression completely transformed. Klesha, karma, by body and mind, by mind and speech. He cannot do anything that can harm him, that can harm anyone. Even a mosquito might bite in ignorance for its survival, but this person, he cannot do any action that is harmful to anyone. Perhaps it can be harmful to himself. No Hitler can make him, no torture can make him to inflict upon any kind of the pain to anyone else. Every action of him, on the contrary, is nothing. Everything is to serve, nothing to serve oneself. To serve. Every action is a selfless action. Every action is an action of a service. Karma in dharma. Every moment his heart is fully burning, only to serve, not to serve himself. It's gone. No more any craving for anything. Every action of him, every karma of him, changed, gene expression changed. His karma is every action can't be different than a godly action. Klesha, karma, vipaka. Every fruit of his labor is the investment, highest investment, to give the fruits to the largest community. He's so cautious about everything he gets as a remuneration, to invest whatever he gets, only to invest to serve the largest. Understand? Vipaka. Then nothing, karma phala sannyasa, no fruit of neither his meditation nor anything God arranges for him. He is highest utilized to multiply in a geometric progression to serve others. Every penny he earns is utilized to the best interests of the society to serve, not to loot them. Vipaka. Nothing is done for the name, for the fame, or absolutely least bothered. Klesha, karma, vipaka, vishaya, asakti, vishaya. 24/7 is sense dose or serving the soul to serve others 24/7. Every thought of him, that every chitta vritti that arose in his mind, every sense door and the mind behind them, his intellect and his ego, all the parts of the mind together to serve only the society. Eyes are not interested anymore. Ears are lost their interest anymore. Ears are interested in listening to the stories of suffering to serve others. Everything transformed completely. There's no asakti, vishaya asakti, drushtana shravika vishaya, sanya vairagyam, yoga. Drushtana shravika vishaya, vitrishna, not interested at all in any of the sense door activity, using these sense doors to the best of their capacity of a yogi to serve others, not to serve their taste. Their taste is to serve others, not to serve his ego. Vishaya, vispruha. His family, himself, his body, any pain in him, any pain of so-called I or a mine or myself or my family, a long ago gone. Vispruha. He is not even, he doesn't even look at his body, what his body is. Other than this body is not able to walk to help someone. What happened to this body? Why it is not able to move to serve someone? Oh, it met with an accident. Oh, I see. Oh, if I repair it, it can serve many bodies, isn't it? Oh, there's a time to repair. God given, because of my karma, I damaged it. So, unnecessary effort in repairing it. Not scared of the death, to repair it, to serve others, to keep it back, again to carry the burden of others until the last breath. Shariram kalu dharma sadhanam. Using every cell, every part of the body to serve the society. All his cell repair, maintenance, rejuvenation, conservation is to keep this vehicle fit, robust, only to serve. Only to serve. Only to serve others. A yogi has a super body. The technologies of yoga are for a super body. So light. It's a software of a yogi is so parallel processor. There is no the quantum computer, the deep blue computer, the latest quantum computer of the Google, the latest quantum computer of the IBM. They are programmed not to serve entire society. But a yogi program is much more powerful than any quantum computer. But what the job of this powerful quantum computer? Understood the principles of quantum entanglement. Only to this computer, Sahasra Shirasam Shvetam Patanjali Pranamochyate, the 1,000 brains equaling to 1,000 brains. Each neuron is equivalent to 12 computers in its ability to connect, in its ability to function. One supercomputer, each one neuron is equivalent to 12 supercomputers. And you have how many neurons? 10 billion neurons. What is the capacity of this brain of a yogi? Sahasra shirasam shvetam shanka chakrasi dharinam. आजान पुरुषाकारं शंख चक्रासी धारिणा सहस्रशिरसं श्वेतं पतञ्जलि प्रणमोच्यते आज्ञान पुरुषाकारं शङ्खचक्रासीधारिणा सहस्रशिरसं श्वेतं पतञ्जलि मुपास्महे पतञ्जलि मुपास्महे पतञ्जलि प्रणमोच्यते आज्ञानुपुरुषाकारं शङ्खचक्रासीधारिणा सहस्रशिरसं श्वेतं पतञ्जलि मुपास्महे a brain serving the self-interest of a Jeff Bezos or Elon Musk, the most sophisticated deep blue computer is not even equivalent to a one neuron ability to connect, to function, such as 12 supercomputers, quantum computers. Deep blue is a long gone story. Now we are talking about quantum computers of Chinese and of Google and of IBM in the race of creating the most powerful quantum computers, ability to compute trillions of calculations in a fraction of a second. For what? To serve the people? To serve the interests of Jeff Bezos, to serve the interests of Larry Page, to serve the interests of Mark Zuckerberg, to serve the interests of Elon Musk. A yogi struggled from a village to Himalayas, a cave. Even today, every Lama, every Tibetan, from an ordinary computer, from an ordinary supercomputer, an ordinary computer to a supercomputer, from supercomputer to a program, a computer, a program that runs everything, all the fields of consciousness. For what? Why you want to be chief executive of a company? For the money, simple. But how many employees you rule? You rule or you ruin? Simple. Isn't it? In the discourse of giving employment or whatever it is, looting the people, isn't it? What else? Your employment is to make the people vulnerable, weak, addicted to something, so-called a business model. Whether you're working for a Google or whether you're working for any damn companies, you're dreaming not to be chief executive of that company. Do you think here the journey of that brain is a supercomputer? You think so? He knows his brain is not a supercomputer. That's why he's creating a supercomputer to run the organization, to keep it free from the prejudices of these self-serving chief executives, It is nothing in front of a brain of a selfless brain of a yogi. A brain, every neuron has a capacity to connect infinite permutations and combinations, infinite possibilities, connections, every neuron that can make. The power of such a brain, you can see the power of the brain of Buddha, whose mind, whose love, not the self-centered, a love rooted in the passion, his selfless love goes beyond the boundaries of one world system of octillion years of a distant universe that manages our small universe, damn universe. Like the 10,000 world systems, his brain is capable of connecting 24/7. When he wishes, his love and compassion, his selflessness touches the outermost orbital of the 31st, a world system of the 10,000 world systems, outermost orbital, it touches their soul. His good nature, his godly nature touches. Not just this one damn world system of heaven or hell and a human system. One closed loop of a heaven, human, and a hell system is called one closed loop, called one world system, one samsara. Aneka koti brahmandanam, aneka koti samsaranam. Only Buddha's brain is capable. He went on programming like a Dalai Lama, serving, socializing in this selfless, sacrificing in every life, his body, mind, everything. How many lifetimes the Buddha sacrificed his body for his herd, for his community, never cared. Read the stories of a Buddha becoming, what is it like? The stories are hailed, isn't it? There are the stories of his past lifetimes in the pursuit of becoming a Buddha. What are all the selfless activity, the programming for the selflessness, socializing. What a tough journey it's all about. How many lifetimes his body is sacrificed. How many lifetimes I must have sacrificed my body. And every moment, every guru, I offered my head to them. Without even a blink of eye or without even a thought. I offered my life at their lotus feet. How many lifetimes I must have done such sacrifices even to make such an offer. You fellows talk about your gender and your body when you come to me. You won't even leave your filthy body as if your body is not filthy body. The girls will never leave their body and boys will never leave their muscle of the testosterone when they come to me. You go beyond this, so-called your body and mind and your ego. How far you are away from becoming a complete selfless called a yogi. How far? Even God gives an opportunity within no time, looking for again to serve yourself. You jump. What a stupidity it is. In those days, the largest employer is the kingdom, the king. The next largest employer is the guru, ashram, university. Next largest employer is a business community, only 3, that's all. Last preferred job is the king. Next to the business, a private corporate fellow. The best job anyone got a chance, they wanted to be working for a guru, for an ashram. The other two kinds of the people work in an ashram. A full-time employees, like our videographers here, are a full-time, the one who all your money, whose money is invested very well, to serve many of you. So the money is paid to these employees, whether you take Vivekananda ashram, whether you take any ashram in the world, whether Guru is there or not, whether technologies are not there or not, but these things are still there. Everywhere it is there. Some practices which are self-centered, they will continue. Where you take Vivekananda ashram, the largest, world's largest, richest properties, richest assets what they have, and the largest administration what they have, the highest employer of any ashram if you take in the world today, it is the order of the Vivekananda. There are the full-time employees too, and there are the full-time absolute volunteers, and who are retired or who have sacrificed their life, not interested in anything other than serving the people, serving them absolutely selflessly, not even again for the name to be a guru or a fame, absolutely. Like Swami Rangadhananda, like my guru in Ramakrishna Ata. I'm very proud of my guru in Ramakrishna Ata. Swami Rangadhananda is my guru. He loved me the most. As a child, I served him the best. Understand? I learned what I did not learn in Rishikesh or in some ashrams. I learned. He is a prolific English scholar, Sanskrit scholar, after Shankaracharya. The one who understood Shankaracharya and his teachings. After Vivekananda, Vivekananda is not a scholar for your information. But in the same lineage, the greatest scholar in that order is Swami Rangadhananda, my guru, my favorite guru. A prolific scholar, a prolific Sanskrit scholar, of course. He had maybe a little of tag of ego, as now I can see, but the one who has restored the glory of Shankaracharya. In modern times, if anyone understood Shankaracharya, and again has to translate it in English of Shankaracharya's works for you and me, it is Swami Rangadhananda. The Vedanta scholarly work, it is scholarly work, let me tell you. He is not an enlightened person, let me tell you, but he is selfless. He is completely selfless, never hated anything for the name, fame. From the day he joined Ramakrishna order of the missionaries, from that day, he is honest to the core, served the best interests of that order, without any expectation over there, without absolutely neither looking for a name, neither looking for any fame, absolutely served the best. He devoted his life to serve the people. If you have to find translation of any of the Shankaracharya's works, all in volumes available, all you will find in Ramakrishna Art under the leadership of Swami Rangadhananda, my Guru. I haven't seen any person like that again. I am so lucky in the order of the Vivekananda to understand what is the Vivekananda. Only one person, that is Swami Rangadhananda. Neither afterwards nor before him, not even a single person. He has built, frankly speaking, has multiplied the money by writing the books, the income of the Ramakrishna Math. He is very principled in employing the Supreme Court judges to India's best billionaires, to engaging India's best billionaires to best scholars, best bureaucrats to serve the Ramakrishna Math. He is the most successful person, not Vivekananda. The glory of the Ramakrishna art of the Vivekananda, only one person restored it and made it self-sufficient with respect to funds, with respect to creating facilities, working 24/7, without any expectation of a single penny, without expectation of even a trace of money, craving for money or a name or a fame. He never wanted to be a head of, international, means all the Ramakrishna orders. It is given to him. He is requested to, because he stood out, outstanding example, the way he led the Hyderabad and then entire South, India, and then entire world. That's the way to serve a charity, using each one of our talent to the best of capacity, not at all serving any self-interest. His works would have earned him royalty money. It would have earned him perhaps billions of the dollars. He could have been a world richest person in the spirituality. Are you listening, volunteers? I'm telling you, it is the largest employer of full-time, money-paid employees. Also, those who want to pursue, whether the technology is of self-realization out there or not, but it also accommodates the people who devoted their life voluntarily, either in the pursuit of meditation. You have to be a volunteer there. So you will find the largest, a serving volunteer community in that order you will find in the world. Paid community, unpaid community. It is not today's legacy. It is since the time of the kings, I'm only giving a modern example. Those who are employed, those who took pleasure in working for the Ramakrishna order, do you think Ramakrishna Mutt will pay like a Google company or Amazon company? But the best of the engineers and the best of the chartered accountants, I have seen them. They worked, some of them, as I said, paid, some of them unpaid. Those who choose to work for money, employment, because they have a family to support. They have parents, dependents, and they have a wife to support, in some cases children to support. So they come to the ashram to work morning to evening instead of working for a corporate company, which would fetch them hundreds and thousands of K. But here they get paltry money. They serve these ashrams. It is not today, but from the time immemorial. Ashrams are spread, prospered, because the highest level of the quality of the brains and volunteered, they realized very quickly, if they want the children to come up, if they want the children to enjoy their life, balance their life, the best way to teach their children, earning the money is to serve others and simply contented with whatever for the food, not taking beyond the necessities of the life, beyond the basic necessities of food and shelter and cloth, not looking anything beyond, the training in order to give the training to their kith and kin and to keep the tabs on their desires, on their spouse and to the parents. These are exemplary people who choose to serve the order than in a corporate governance which loots, which sucks the blood. I have seen myself in Shivananda ashram too, in Satyananda ashram too. I am from Ramakrishna order too, and Aurobindo ashram, full time. In any of these ashrams, I am only a volunteer, unpaid, and never even to do that job, my work in any ashram is absolutely, it is to serve the God. Pleasure in giving in the ashram, never there was any pleasure in taking it. Even to be employed at the minimum wages, my consciousness did not permit me, let me tell you. It is not outside that I am employed, not for the reason so that the more money I earn here, I can give the best back to these ashrams. The best return on investment is outside employed and giving everything to the ashram. That's what I do. Serving entire larger interest of the society. And still not compromising in serving that ashram if you are employed as a full-time employee or a free employee. Never. Are you understanding what I am saying? Who has arranged the job for you? Who offered you the job in the ashram to serve the Guru? Is Guru offered? God has arranged it for you. Why? Why He has taken away your existing job, or why He has arranged this new job for you? To use it as an opportunist and leave it and go out. To serve your selfish interests, or to set an example, I have seen them, whoever worked for the ashrams, the children never long, and I tell you, Those who worked for the ashrams, their entire family is taken care by the Guru, by the ashram. But not treating them luxurious, not making them slaves of their sense tools. Automatically that is there. Once you are working for an ashram, that fear is there, that surrender is there, that non-indulgence attitude is automatically there. There is no way any money is misutilized by those families. What I have seen is the best of the humans, the children have become highly responsible people to the society. I have seen the people, the families worked for Aurobindo Ashram. Even today you walk into Pondicherry, those children are born in the ashram and studied. And I can't tell you, their family in the service of the God. What a good, brilliant humans they are. Every family, the way the God has taken care. The ashrams have taken care of them. What I have seen, those homes, those families are heavens. Those families are heavens. Whoever left those ashrams for more money outside, those families are hell. You know, I have seen the same Rangadhananda. I have seen the same Shivananda. You know, these employees, they know entire their family, their children. They have sponsored the best education for them. They inquired all the time the best welfare of the children. Took care of their entire family needs. What a blessing of a guru for that family. And I have seen these full-time employees and how they're at the lotus feet of these serving gurus, their family is serving the gurus. A guru means for entire family devoted. And the children, when they're educated outside, sometimes they're employed outside, encouraged. But I have seen their whole life, whatever they earned outside for a Google also, is completely given back to the ashram. They thought of them, even working for a Google, never indulged any pleasure. They never enjoyed, every position they enjoyed in any corporate, all that money they used for the ashram. Gurus have told, I have seen them, the children in front of my eyes, born there and well educated, engineer, best of the engineers and best of the Fortune 500 companies. But what I have seen is amazing. From the day one throughout their life, whatever they earned, whatever the name they got, whatever the cadre they got, whatever the promotion they got, I have seen them every day in touch with the Guru, every day inquiring about the ashram, everything devoted to the ashram. In most of the cases, they married, whomever Guru suggested or whomever the ashram suggested or some other employee's children in the same ashram. They are the heavens. They are the people in the world even today. These children working for corporates, but they never know what is like a Starbucks coffee. They never know what is like indulgence. They treat their fellow beings like an ashram, as a volunteer. They're never interested. They never purchased any posh, they're not interested. They lived in a small rented house only. But whatever the money, no one in the goal knows. But entire money given to their guru or ashram, where their parents are working, Though Guru told, though parents told, no, Mama. So much pleasure, Mom, in serving the Guru in ashram. The children all the time tell. Who employed you? Who employed these videographers here? These videographers should have some sense. How many lifetimes they must have done. How much good karma. God has arranged their job for them here. a videographer becomes a foolish. Here it is an experience for me to get trained. He goes outside to serve a private film producer or a drama creator. I used, you can see my YouTube, which, I videographed. I worked for a charity called Traditional Yoga. And you look at, sir, how successful that program is, which I shooted. So, I see, you work like this, then I pay you this much. Using this as, I'm telling you, using this as, for example, experience to get more money. The reason for the money, more money, they live here, they employ, they serve a private person, film producer, a money maker, a billionaire, a motherfucker, making everyone indulgent slave. The one who is producing the highest number of free radicals, everyone, whoever is watching the movie, creating the highest number of bombarding their cells, producing, it is not he is a producer of a movie, he is a producer of the free radicals in you, and busting every cell, taking away your immunity, consuming your entire oxygen, consuming your entire nutrition, for him to serve. As a cameraman, you take pride. Serving a Steven Spielberg, to be a photographer, to be a videographer, under a Stephen Hawkins or under someone like that. This is what God favors them. God has given them a career to begin with somewhere, to serve Steven Spielberg, the one who produced the highest number of the free radicals, or a Wachowski brothers, next in line. Do you understand? Do you take pride in serving any of doing these projects? How many of you? You graphic fellows, how many of you take the pleasure in creating? I am the part of the team of the creating the graphics. You look at Avatar movie. So I am a part of the team. That's why you should pay me more. I am designing the job of that company which created the graphics for, Avatar movie. Now, how much you pay? This is your career. God arranged you from a small traditional yoga team to say, now you are gone to Steven Spielberg. Now after working for Steven Spielberg, and now you're looking for someone. For what? Who arranged this? For what? For you to buy more flats or more indulgence or more arrogance, to maintain your family, to make them slave of drugs, indulgence. God has given you this position, these promotions. You think, I worked hard, God, I worked very hard. It is not God arranged. You? God has not arranged. You earned with your hard work, isn't it? God arranged everything to serve the society. You fellow, serving you, your family, and causing such a loss to everyone. You think you go to the heaven or you go to the hell? Whatever the good karma you have, God is finishing it off. That's why He is giving further the best of the Spielberg and next best to the under Elon Musk, next to the under the Jeff Bezos. To serve, to produce something under the Amazon Prime, which is competing the Netflix, which is competing the Warner Brothers, which is competing the Hollywood studio, which is competing the Universal Studios, which is competing the Hollywood. Jeff Bezos wants to see there's no more Hollywood. End of the Hollywood he wants to see. That is the mission. The mission Jeff Bezos is to end, to close all the studios. of the Walt Disney to Universal Studios to Warner Brothers. He will be successful. So leaving those studios, leaving that Netflix team. Yes, why you left to join Amazon? More books. Do you understand what I'm talking? From where to where we move. Who is moving us? Why God is providing us all this? God is crazy, rewarding the Lucifer, the devil, yes, once for all, to close his chapter. The God is giving the same to see how you use. From a predator, are you moving to a socializing animal, or are you moving from socializing animal to a predator? What is your story of success story of earning the more K? Have you become a more predator, serving your own self-interest, and severing many people, torturing many people, directly, indirectly? Or have you become more selfless, more loving, more caring, and whatever you earn, now more you are earning, to distribute more, to share more, nothing kept, nothing affected you, none of your promotion, none of all this God arranged. You use it for the God, to serve the God. Like those Ranganathan, like those employees in the Guru, under the Guru, those families under the Guru. Yajnavalkya, the Vasishtha, Bharadwaja, the lineage of those saints. Do you think they are the beggars in the street? They are the richest than the kings. They are the richest than the kings. Why? Because a king, only his kingdom is his property. But these saints, every kingdom, the total amount of the properties of the saints in all the kingdoms in India, it is as good as entire India, they own it. But the goodwill they earn, they are the largest employers. Because they are corporate suckers, they are the motherfuckers. Why? Their names remained forever. Do you think Patanjali is with a begging bowl? Do you think if I come with cowpina and with torn cloths straight away from Himalayas, is there any Indian looks at you? Do you think so? Or will I ever be remembered in the history? There are so many like that, perhaps. Treated worse than beggars. That's why they don't even come. Do you understand? Today, we hear these names called Vasishtha, Yajnavalkya, one Hiranyagarbhabhyan Namaha, the great lineage, not because they are the beggars. They are the world's richest billionaires. Every king offered themselves whatever they want, never a blink of an eye for any king. Largest real estate empire, a guru means, an ashram means. Like today, a Vivekananda order you take. But then why they remained in the history? The number of total churches in the world you take, the property, all the mosques and the respective properties you take in the world, the number of churches, assets of the churches, the finances, the funds of the churches you take in the world, it will stand out the highest, richer than a Google company. Jesus is not A beggar, even after he went, his corporate structure is multiplied. The number of churches on the world map you look at today, go on to the Google and look number of churches in Europe, the number of churches in the UK, number of churches in the world today. Hardly will find any place of a vacant place. You calculate the worth of them in Russia to China to, in India to, entire world, the assets of the churches. 2000 years ago, Jesus passed away. The number of the mosques in Hyderabad alone, in my city alone, no single property will stand out the value of the number of the land value of the number of the mosques in this city. The number of the mosques in the entire world map, when you map it, can you calculate the asset value of each one of these mosques in Arab countries to in non-Arab countries to in Islam countries to non-Islamic countries? In Asian countries alone will exceed than the Arab countries. The assets of the mosques. The most richest in the world is the church. The richest in the world is the mosque. The richest in the world is the temple. Synagogues. Even today. Do you think it's different in olden days? Now the technologies of self-realization is gone. In this church, in the order of the church, in the order of the masjid, in the order of the temple, but assets remain still, multiplying every day. In those days, they have the technologies of self-realization. A Vasishtha means he is a guru like me, that's all. He is a far excelling guru. I can't compare myself. A world richest man, but not like the fake gurus of today. That's why they remain, they represent the lineage. Understand, only those names always remembered. Those who stand out to be the best in terms of qualifications, in terms of the assets. History is the same like the present. Never it is different. Understand? A Vasishtha means they are the one who employed the largest. But those who employed are not like corporate employees. They volunteered there to work either for payment or non-payment, depending on their family needs. Simple, let me tell you. Depending on their family needs. If they are employed, if they choose to get some remuneration in ashram means their parents are dependent, the children are dependent, they are married, their spouse is dependent. So for their food, they know the ashram will take care of their needs, it will never encourage the luxuries. That's what the purpose of life is. The damn husband doesn't have to tell every day, cut down the expenditure, this, that, don't use extra power, don't use extra shower, don't use, I'm dying for the bills. Husband tells, wife tells, it doesn't work. Is it working in your family? It works when you are employed in ashram. I'm telling you. You don't have to tell your children at everything, they will become yogis one day. What they enjoy? For them, life is a gratitude. Life is a sharing. Life is a love, unconditional love. That's why their life. who enjoys, who is at peace with these people, these employee children. My employee children, I can see that the mother suckers. Use my colleagues as slaves. How many of my colleagues went as slaves to clean their asses of their babies? They come back, they don't tell, but when I touch them, within few minutes, oh my God, all the time I have to cook for my children and I have to clean the ass of the children. All the time the child is for the children, parents, she is like a Barbie doll in the evening to play with. And again, when they look at this Barbie doll and they blast us, because we do not know proper English or something, we have not handled the baby properly, or we made the baby to crawl on the mat or something like that. And by evening, we have to hear the dirty words of the daughter-in-law and dirty words of my son. And happy at the end of the day again, we have to witness the foul mouth of my children going to this. What a life there, Mr. Kumar. We went once, twice. Now we decided not to go again into America to see our children. Let them come, let them go. Now after down the line, after these people, their daughter-in-law, mother-in-law serving for Google in senior positions, and the more money they earned, completely dejected are my colleagues. They lost complete hopes. Now they repent. Why? Hey girl, drink amino 10. Has Nirupama not given you? Are you drinking amino 10 or not? Drinking. What else? Drink amino 10, take vaporizer oil, spice tea with Jina rasa. Okay? Take it. Use it. So you won't suffer. Okay? The video, the girl, another girl. As I told you, there's a change in her. She is becoming very responsible, this girl. Like Jahanavi, Girls have, that natural. Estrogen is a responsible hormone. It feels the responsibility. Testosterone is escaping hormone. Not of a yogi of, taking entire testosterone means to take entire burden. But this testosterone guys know to get rid of. Escaping testosterone it's called. All the present boys, I'm telling you, escaping testosterone. Estrogen is design of 8 molecules. It is not an escaping hormone. Unfortunately, it is a sticking hormone. It holds everything, responsibility. It carries the burden. It feels more burden. Even a small thing also looks like a big burden. Responsibility hormone. And testosterone is irresponsible hormone. Use and throw hormone. Anyone having testosterone? Use and throw. Irresponsible they behave. Haven't you seen your husbands? Is there any husband who behaved responsible? Your problem is how silly your husband looks. How silly your boyfriend looks. Unless you are silly. Because you also started building the testosterone. I'm telling you, girl. If you're truly girl, if your estrogen is very good, I'm telling you, then you know the story of the boys. Unless you are immature. Useless guys. Responsible. And testosterone. That testosterone is useless testosterone. Use and throw. Testosterone means use and throw. It is all for the penis, that's all. Nothing else. It is satisfied. Whether you satisfied or not, it least bothered, that's all. The story of the penis everywhere is the same story. Use and throw. Okay, I mean with mercilessly. Each one of the testosterone fellows are what? Rudolf Hitler. So what to do? Someone is interested in converting estrogen into testosterone, building more testosterone, firing more androids. So girls also become these days, you can see, in the race of the testosterone, racing with the testosterone, building testosterone. In the name of the corporate, in the name of the positions, in the name of these girls, stupid, I'm telling you, trying to build testosterone. So far you have been so good, you have a love, you have a compassion, you have attitude of sharing. But so-called success story of the girls, means position, girls in the position side. Oh my God, I don't see testosterone, I don't see estrogen there, I see testosterone. In India, woman is embodiment of the estrogen. No profession, no activity, no culture, no job, anything that is given which converts the estrogen into testosterone. That's why each one of our grandmothers, they had babies. They are baby producers. Doesn't it mean that someone fed them? No. 17, 18, 19, 20. My grandmother, 16. My grandmother, my mother's sisters and brothers, total 16. Her mother, 27 or something. 27. At the time of the Buddha, Mother Vishaka, 100. Why? Their estrogen is. Even at the age of 70 years, they are still giving the babies, That hard working, that loving, that caring. So estrogen is never converted into dehydrotestosterone, or nor the testosterone is converted into dehydrotestosterone. Nor the estrogen is absolutely balanced to the fullest, full of love, full of responsibility, full of caring, full of humility, and full of sacrifice, whether they are male or not, morning to evening, taking care of the children, grandchildren, husband, and sisters, and brothers, husband, brothers, useless brothers, and handling entire field of testosterone on one side, handling entire responsibility of, the children of the estrogen, love, care, responsibility. Our grandmothers, what a sacrifice they have done. Today, population has become 8 billion. But this 8 billion population, for the sin they have done, say anyone left out in the old age home suffering, or already passed away. As if we don't have any, those grandparents with the 20 children, 30 children. Is there any grandparent you don't have? Maybe. Your family tree, only to that extent. What a grandeur of the grandparents for their endurance of the pain, for the sacrifice of their life. What a sacrifice they don't have, they did not have. None of these gadgets, none of this electricity, none of the room heaters, none of the things. None of the things arranged from in UK, none of the things arranged from Asian countries. None of the things arranged. How they kept their babies warm. Whether they kept themselves warm, they kept their babies warm. They kept their babies feeding. That's why we survived. Are you sure? While they were facing utter cold, they kept us warm. Now you are in a cozy, utter warm. They are having utter cold. What a transition God has given us to do this, isn't it? Yes, what to do. What to do. Never there were any times parents are used as slaves for selfish reasons. Sacrificing parents, sacrificing grandparents, sacrificing everyone for one's survival. Only Predator did that. But now again, a human is back as a predator, worst predator. That is killing the planet. That is endangering everyone's survival. That is creating enormous stress. Employment in an ashram, employment under the king, who worshipped ego, who worshipped selfishness, who wanted to become a predator, join the king, join the business community, but who realized the status is given by the God. It is in the service of the God. This body, Shariram Kala Dharma Sadhanam, purpose of this body is to serve others. They join the order of the Gurus. From predator they have become selfless, enjoying every moment, finding enjoyment in every moment of enjoyment because they built a robust capacity of adaptiveness. Whatever the challenge of this moment, ever-changing environment, rapid changing environment, for a yogi, the change is too slow. Is adept means is totally adaptive. Before even a change occurs, his DNA is already adaptive, doesn't care. It cares about others. It doesn't worry about the pain. It's beyond pain. It's worried about others' pain. Are you one? How many times you told your wife, oh, I have a knee problem. You told your wife, I have a knee problem, I have a headache today. And your wife is busy in the kitchen, serving the food, busy in serving the children. You damn, I'm dying with the pain. You don't even, have a courtesy to inquire about my pain, to care about my pain, give a balm to my pain. This is a story in your house, isn't it? This is a predator. He is a social being. His pain only matters. The pain of the wife doesn't matter. Pain of the children doesn't matter. Pain of anyone doesn't matter. For this fellow only is the pain, 24/7. Oh my God, my knee. Oh my God, my knee. Like one of my cousins. Oh my God, my knee. Oh my God, my knee. Oh my God, my knee. Your wife is not your knee. She's under the foot, crushed. Oh my God, my knee. Oh my God. Oh my God. Don't disturb. Instead of helping me, for my headache, you don't become a headache. You're useless. My wife is an angel, This is an angel to whom you are worshipping, isn't it? That damn self-seeker. Only your pain you understand. Others' pain, if you understand, why the hell you worship the corporates? Why you take any pleasure in your status, in your K? don't understand. Your suffering only will increase, your stress will only increase. You become more arrogant, you more react, more free radical. That's why at the age of 25 years you have blood pressure. By the age of 35 years you have hypothyroidism, blood pressure. That's why I go to the gym. More testosterone, more reaction. The only two things we have to learn. Trust. Understand. It is. Trust. A big ship in the ocean waters. In the ocean waters. Because if I draw only like this, you will be telling me, hey, Mr. Kumar, have you ever seen the ship? You will say, you people, I tell you, you forget about the physics, you start counting the spellings of the physics professor. You are interested in counting the spelling mistakes of a physics professor. That's the problem with the today's students. You are listening to a chemistry professor. You are interested in knowing the spelling mistakes of the chemistry professor. If you are interested in chemistry, what you have to do with the spelling? If every sentence full of errors, still you can understand chemistry. You blame the professor for his spelling mistakes, lack of his ability to write good English. Silly students. Because students have become that silly, I should not do a mistake. Instead of becoming a yogi, learning yoga, one goes behind Sanskrit. I'm telling you, within no time, you are interested in Sanskrit, interested in chanting, interested in becoming yoga. Yogi is gone, by which I can be successful, by which I get name, fame. That is interesting. Horse is not interesting. Now horse, you go behind starting a factory for the horse shoe. I think it has a good market, I think. The story in the ashrams of the seekers, I'm telling you. How my seeker, your English is so good. No, your English is dirty. You're shouting. You are talking very mild. When you talk, it's like a music, Mr. Kama. When you talk, it's like, Hitler hitting at Mr. Kama. When you sing, Mr. Kumar, it's like, big boulder down the hill rolling. When you sing, it's like a river flow, Mr. Kama. Has anything to do with you? People, praises for a guru. You look like, Mr. Kumar, you look like Angelina Jolie, Mr. Kumar. You look like Richard Gere, Mr. Kumar. You look like Arnold Schwarzenegger, Mr. Kumar. My hair standing. Whenever I hear my gurus, my hair stands. When I hear like this, dog when it gets scared, when it sees something and God tail goes inside between the two bumps. When I see such praises, from the students, Where to keep my tail, where to keep my head. Because I'm not enough dog, to throw my tail into between the buttocks. Our appreciations of a yoga, for a guru or anything, our appreciation was not for the spirit or the soul of it. It goes, who is having it? In describing about who is having it. What is decorating the soul? Understand. Very, very difficult. If you are only a worshipper of the science, who is delivering the best matters? What it is doesn't matter at all. Whether it is a rich or poor, handsome or ugly, rich or poor. Whatever the way, whether the voice is good or bad, it doesn't matter at all. If only chemistry matters. Who delivers the best, he is the good. That's all. Not any other reason. It cannot happen. He's an ugly person. I don't go there to learn, chemistry. He's a very, very angry person. That's why I don't go there. He is the one who delivers the best of the chemistry. He is an angry person. I don't go there. I don't want to learn chemistry. I hate chemistry. Is it called wisdom? Or is it called stupidity? The one who looks at the package, the one who is not interested in the product, he is stupid. That's what the whole message, that only. That's called a delusion. That's what Patanjali is saying. Hey, stupid! Look at the pramana. What is absolute over there? What is not absolute? Don't get even look at. Don't read the label. Don't just go by the label. Just don't go by a package. Understand what exactly in it. Experience it. Then you will understand. Then you try to understand. And then, whether you accept or reject, then you tell. Agama. Prachikshanumana agama pramanani. Nothing to do with the brand. Because this guy is world famous, how come I will go wrong? If he is not really Guru, how come 100 millions of the people follow? Millions of the people remember every day Adolf Hitler. Millions of the people remember Saddam Hussein. Millions of the people remember Bin Laden. Everyone in the world knows who is a North Korean leader. You know. Lucifer is more remembered than Amen. Entire world, to whom we are worshipping? Church. Church is only 1 hour. Only on Sunday, morning mass, only 1 hour. But whole day? Lucifer, the devil. Restaurant to, a movie theater to, every place you walk in, supermall to, a art and vegetable shop to. What you pick up? You pick up vegetable as well as little bit of apple pie. You pick up something else and also you pick up ice cream. To whom you worship? Lucifer. Or Amen. Sir, 1 hour on a Sunday morning, I'm a Roman Catholic. I'm a strict Roman Catholic. Going 1 hour Sunday morning. What a great Roman Catholic you are. I know. Throughout the week? Throughout the day? Whichever the best you. Should you have a money? Think you have a money. Where do you go? Morning to evening? Church. You'll be sitting in the church. Morning to evening? You'll be sitting in the damn bar and restaurant, or the best of the theaters, or the best of the cinema halls, or the best of the malls, or the best of the entertainment, or the best of the studio which charges you, and the best of the Instagram yoga teacher. Whom we worship? Amen or the Lucifer? Amen is only 1 hour at the end. After entire prayer is over. Amen. Over. Our entire week is over. 1 hour morning, that too with great difficulty. That day you have to get up and and you have to make your children ready, you yourself ready, and wear a new dress. You have to bathe that day at least. It is such a torture, worshipping the Amen. And you have to wear a new dress, you have to take the children, you have to wear a proper suit, boot, neatly tied, no dirt on the clothes. And then, so early morning that day you have to get up. And by 8 o'clock or 9 o'clock you have to be in the church. And with the children going with the flower bouquet, going there. To tell the children, so today what to do, children? Today is the Mass, no? So today afternoon we will have best of the Mass in our stomachs. That's why we are going for the Mass. Mass is not to reduce the Mass. It is to increase the Mass in the afternoon, late in the afternoon. With compensated breakfast, brunch. And brunch is to such an extent no more supper is required. That's why every church, a big church means it also has a full serving restaurant to the palate of. Because, so if that is not there, again they have to go out. And again, so the amount of the time they spend in the church is very less. At least to make these people spend a little more time in the church. So church services, not so only 1 hour in the Mass, but at least 2 hours they can spend in the restaurant. At least 1 hour they can spend in the shopping mall of the church. That's why they have to open a shopping mall. And now they have to open a restaurant attached to the church. So many times you are in the Mass, children are in the outside in the garden of the church. Isn't it? Same story, whether you call church or a masjid or you call a temple, the mockery of the God, the worshipping of the Amen versus Lucifer. Lucifer is in our blood. We are at the end, we are the Lucifers, what else, by default. No other species I see that, but this human is so intelligent, every day is getting qualified more and more. And I can see, one side physicists say entropy is increasing, but I see, what a great wisdom the humans have in worshipping the Lucifer, the desire. Every day the desire of this, the desire of this. Is decreasing, increasing? The most expensive it is becoming. The best is becoming. Ordinary thing it is not satisfying. This. The more money I have, the more best, most expensive it is becoming. Anything that is not expensive, that is, once this tongue tasted, because now I am a millionaire, billionaire, now this tongue tasted something, the best. And till yesterday what I tasted, that was heaven till yesterday, but now it looks like a hell, it looks like a urine. That wine yesterday which I worshipped, it looks like a urine now. Yeah. That, that's a long gone. This will never end. This. Right now, you got this. In this moment, choiceless, or in this moment, more choiceful. More choiceful, more refined, more expensive, more stress. More consumption, more stress. This is your life. Progressive parameter. Worshipping the more you worship the Lucifer, the more prosperity your country is, more prosperity you are. In fact, that magazine of the Lucifer worshipping will declare you, world richest Lucifer worshipping fellow, billionaire. Your world richest Lucifer scavenging the money of everyone's indirectly, making them slaves, Fortune 500 companies. Fortune. What a misfortune, how unfortunate. Lucifer calls it as a fortune naturally. That's the language of the Lucifer. And all the Wall Street Journal to all your pramana, the magazine you read in the morning, first thing is, as you are scaling up, what is the shift? Ordinary newspaper to, from Guardian Times to New York Times to now, you read only Wall Street Journal. Only stocks. That is your progress. And non-gambling to now you moved into gambling. Gambling of the Las Vegas is nothing in front of the gambling of these stocks. Are these stocks? I think, something like, what do you think, Mr. Kuma, Bitcoin? Bitcoin is gone, Mr. Kuma. What money makes you? It thinks you about encrypted currency, illegal currency. Now, Bitcoin is outdated. Now, next currency. Every damn employee is at one level in Google, at one level in Amazon. How illegal. From where to where you are moving. Where to where you are moving. This fellow talking about Bitcoin or this thing. Encouraging the entire world, black doors, black money, dark web, dark world. Openly. Taking pleasure, educating a subordinate. You are at what level? Bitcoin level? You don't know, but outed. You will not be selected for the job. You are completely outed. In few days, I think even in your job interviews, you will be asked, are you a best hacker? Do you know the world which is the best alternate currency? Do you know or not? If you don't, then you are not selected for the job. We employ only the best hackers of the world. We employ only the best dark web operators. We offer the job only the one who knows, alternate, the best, the one who doesn't lead the life and trade anything in the dollars through the banks. Only they are the smart people whom we employ. That's how our organization will stand up. That's only the way we interview you. Do you want? Are you one? Then you are not eligible to serve Dr. Kumar. Go. You are fired. You are not selected. Understood? The damn dirty world called corporate world. Employees serving those executive jobs elevated to that position to talk about Bitcoin. Means what kind of God arranged the money for you? What arrogance you are, what egoistic you are, what a self-worshipping fellow are, what a creed you are, which creed you are worshipping, which community you are worshipping. You call it the progress? Are you human? Are you educated? Are you a responsible citizen of this country, in this world? Every damn Indian in America now going crazy. Indian. Damn Indian. God gives a little more, I tell you. That's it. We go behind the Lucifer. We go to the God asking, I want to worship you, other son, Lucifer. Please give me more time for my Lucifer. Please. Church, go into the church. Father, Amen is your favorite, but not my favorite. My favorite is Lucifer. I'm not enough satisfied, the desire. Please give me more. Another company, if you add, it's better. You see, if I start a new job with a little bit another K added, I'll be grateful. So, this small house, one flat in New York, just one flat in, only one flat in Dubai also, just, please. Just one. Summer house in, winter in Europe, a dark country, how can I do? Dark web won't open in the cold winter. That's why. In the darkness, in the cold winters, I want to have a warm weather of Dubai or India pollution. Everyone inquires about others. It's not a good place. They are not interested in themselves. They are interested always in inquiring about others. This is a very dirty place. So Dubai. Dubai. No questions. No questions. Everyone. How it has come, how it goes. Anything can be imported. Anything can be exported from there. The best transition point in the world. Any illegal goods, anything. Money, ships of money, to ships of gold, to ships of silver, to ships of marijuana, to ships of the drugs, to ships of the drinks, everything. So straight away if I send to UK, it will not go. If I send, first I will have a company in Dubai. So from here I ship to my company in Dubai. And my company in Dubai sends to UK, UK, welcome. If I send from India, Dubai, brilliant. That's why every world billionaire, every corporate empire have their office. Burj towers, they are flat in the tree, in the sea. All the black businesses. Understand? Do you think Dr. Kumar is outdated with respect to, do you know all this? My mind, I don't have to go through like you. You are fools, you go through pages, rules, Google and all. My mind is enough. Nothing can escape my observation. I am observer. I finished my observation. Observed, already observed. For you still, you have not observed, or still you are under the observation, or you are observing. You will never become observed, because by the time you observe, it is already outdated. For me, tadha drashtu swarupeva sthanam. I am far ahead of you. In which direction the world is going, in which direction your currency is going, in which direction your positions are going. It is not for making money. If I am not aware, then I do not know what Lucifer is doing. Drushya prapancha, dukkha samyogam viyogam yogasya. The one who knows the entire world of entropy, the one who can keep the check on the entropy. Without observing, you can keep the check on the field of the entropy without even knowing it. A yogi is far, far smarter than. He has to outsmart the Lucifer, the world of Lucifer all the time. Outsmart. If a Lucifer thinks, a yogi or a father is a fool. He doesn't understand. He is not even an element. One has to outsmart. A yogi is the one who outsmarts everything. He is not a dull fellow. That's what I am trying to tell you. What am I telling you? Trust. Trust. What is the trust? What is the weight of the ship? Tell me. What could be the weight of the ship? Say, imagine those huge ships, not cruiser ships, the goods ships every day, the cheapest way of transportation today in the world. So you get your vegetables, your fish delivered, your dairy delivered from India, from African countries, and everything at the cost of production almost. Hardly there is any cost, frankly speaking. The cargo, the ship cargo versus the air cargo. Air cargo, only expensive goods only can be sent by air cargo. And ship doesn't doesn't cost anything. Air cargo means almost, depending on the volume, depending on the weight, almost many times it costs the product cost. Unless it is the diamonds, unless they are illegal peptides, unless they are the steroids, unless the value of that what you are transporting in a flight is far, far excelling than, nothing means what you pay for the air cargo, nothing in front of the product cost, nothing. It's not even equivalent to say 1/10 of the profit or 1/100th of the profit you make out of it. Ship means least bothered. Ship means the least, you can't compare the cost of the ship cargo versus the air cargo. Entire world and all the foreign countries, all your day-to-day commodities, in America too, in UK, you are affordable, you are affording. Everything is available at that cost for you. It is just because of the ship. A ship carries, almost weight of your town it carries. Weight of the people and your properties in the town it will carry one ship. Hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of the tons of the weight it will carry. To carry the ship has to have a weight. India is very famous. Do you know for what? Gujarat is very famous. For what? All the world largest, the ships which are abandoned, there is a life expectancy. Once it is over, they have to abandon. No one in the world is interested in handling the garbage in the scrap of the ship, because the amount of the iron it contains is compared to, so the other materials nowadays, other materials than the iron are very high, and dispensing them is much more headache than, so buying it for iron is no more worth. That's why people stopped, every country in the world stopped buying a ship, abandoned ships, except India. In India, Gujarat is having a port, and that port is world famous not for any other reason, only for buying the junk ships. Each of those ship junk handling companies employ as many as 3,000 employees, 5,000 employees, 24/7 at the work on a contract basis, and damaging the ship, breaking the ship into its parts, segregating its waste, and recycling the steel. Whatever the grade of the steel you want to produce, they have the capacity to produce. You want 316 titanium, in Gujarat it is available. If you have to buy a mined steel, it is 3.9 pounds. And if you have to buy and the same 316 titanium from a Gujarati, you will get it at 2.5 pounds you will get. So if you have to buy SS304 steel, for example, a mined steel, so it might cost 1.8 pounds, but there you will get it 0.8, 0.5 pounds you will get. So the junk steel handling capacity is very high. The amount of the steel, tons, hundreds of the tons, say 2,500 tons, like this. So why am I telling you this? Have you ever seen the engine room of the ship? In abroad, Indians, I'm sure, they have not seen, frankly speaking. Indians not, as abroad, as a foreigner, you are interested in everything, That's why world is interesting, like for a yogi, never it is boring. That's why you must have seen ship, you must have traveled on a ship, and you must have seen engine room of the ship also. It is like a big house, full of steel, and full of high-valued copper. So in Gujarat, you will get the best 100% copper at the lowest price. 100% copper. Every metal used in the ship is available at the lowest price in the Gujarat. You want to buy a copper, you should not be a fool to go to the industry which does the copper mining, etc. The best copper in India, you will get 100% copper because we tested it. 100% the copper is, and 4 mm, 2 mm. Those steel companies, those cookware companies in the Gujarat, they use because throwaway price it is available. They buy only that scrap copper and the scrap steel. So that's why it's famous for the steel industry, the Gujaratis. People don't understand the stories behind. Why am I telling you about the thrust for the ship to carry the load of all the houses in your town, the load of all of you, and including your houses in the town? The ship is built heavily. Engine room is of this size of the building because to create the thrust, it has the ability, the thrust it creates, it propels, it has to propel the water to push. And that kind of the high thrust engines, heavy, it can carry, As I told you, it can carry your village. A ship is nothing but a village. It can carry 5,000 people, means 5,000 rooms, means it's more than a village. What a village? A village is only 2,000 people, 3,000 people. A big village in India means 4,000. A big village in abroad means 500 people. And how many people can live on a ship? 5,000 people. A ship will carry 5,000 people. Can you imagine? A ship is it a village or a town? A ship is nothing but a town. Not even a village, it's a town. A town in the waters, but a traveling town. A traveling town. So, so what kind of the engines? That's called a thrust. To carry heavy load. But how it goes ship? Have you seen standing on the beach? Have you seen into the ocean? And you can see big ship going slowly. Mr. Kumar, very good. Understood what is there, Mr. Kumar? We are watching this. It's too late to understand this, Mr. Kumar. Wait. Have some patience. Why you are in a hurry? Understand? In India, we tell everything. We test your patience because to build your patience. Yoga is to build your patience. Your grandparents are to build your patience. They know you are impatient. That's why you are impatient, that's why you are patient. So to convert you into a healthy person, to remove that impatient, so they will teach you patience. How they will teach you? So slowly. You don't have time to watch only all your attention span is only now 1 minute in Instagram. Yesterday some Pakistan girl, went to North Pakistan, means Himalayas range. This girl, it seems, it is second her posting, it seems, on Instagram. It's not even 1 minute. And this girl got millions of the views, it seems. Millions and millions of the views. She's showing that road in the north, in that Himalayan highway constructed by the Pakistan with her friends. She said, "It's a power of my party. We are celebrating in Himalayas." And now that Instagram super viewed. What? Himalayas for the trekking. The great dare girl. You see how much she is appreciated, how much she is viewed. Who is watching this program? Already she had millions of views. To be quoted by the newspapers, you should understand. Now this girl overnight, a success story. Whom we worship? The one who uses the Himalayas. the one who sells the Himalayas, the one who has sacrificed their lives for Himalayas is called a yogi. The one who protected Himalayas are called yogis. They are called lamas. They treat Himalayas like their own house, their own property. A Sherpa will not allow you to do anything to the Himalayas. He may give up his life. And we sell Himalayas to be success on Instagram. They have become, at last we don't even leave Himalaya, we sacrifice Himalayas. Yogis, they are the places to learn sacredness, sacrifices. Now we don't mind sacrificing Himalayas to be an Instagram star, a YouTube star. How insane we have gone. How immature the youth is. How immature the world of what you are worshipping. Understand? Partying, instead of taking serious action on her, with her friends indulging in pleasures, with the backdrop of remote areas of this rich, super arrogant, immature girl becomes overnight Instagram story for the stupids. How stupid, how immature our youth is. How immature, I don't think only youth, how immature the world is. How immature the world has grown to be. It shows. Whatever highly viewed when I watch on a Facebook or Instagram, how immature the world is growing. You expect a peace. You expect a healthy. Hey, how immature a mother, if she gives a girl having cold, if she gives ice cream, tell me. How immature the world is growing. How immature the world is becoming. Do you think that girl will be healthy by eating ice cream when she has a cold? Do you think ice cream is a remedy for cold? Growing immature means, is it healthy or falling sick? Utterly falling sick. That is the culture. Maybe many of you who joined this online course, don't curse, because it is not to grow immature. From utter, even for high level mature to go to the totally matured. A yogi means completely matured. There is no maturation beyond that. The purpose of human life is over. The germ immortality is complete. Eternal immortality means the purpose is over. The maturity is achieved. The self stopped searching. Zero stress. Mission accomplished. That's called a matured. Only matured will go for yoga. Anyone who is going for yoga also considered as a matured. That those who looking for self-realization, self-actualization, called they are highly matured enough. Matured. Abraham Maslow, pyramid of social needs, 40 categories. The highest level on the peak of that pyramid, people who worship the path of self-realization, self-actualization, the pyramid of maturity of a human being, in understanding what makes them happy. The Abraham Maslow's pyramid of social needs. On the vertices, on the peak of that pyramid, the people called seekers of self-realization, self-actualization. A person coming to the yoga means he is matured. For complete total maturity is coming. He realized how immature he is. That's what Patanjali says. That's what Buddha says. Dukkha Satcha. You realize what a mess you are. Oh, you realized your ego as a suffering. Oh, your ego, your arrogance as a problem. Your reaction as the root cause of your suffering. Oh my God. How to get dissolve it. Realization as worshipping the self. The one who is behind dissolving the self. That is called self-realization. The mission of dissolving the self is the realization, a great revelation. The path for seeking maturity, even coming to the yoga means is matured enough. I'm telling you how world is growing immature. So yoga also should grow immature. Is immature growing called yoga? Oh my dear, exactly opposite. There are very few yogis. All the times of the history indicates there are very few people with a little dust in their eyes called with wisdom. Wisdom with a little dust. There are the people called seekers. There are the people called have a common sense, have enough wisdom to understand what is good and what is bad. They are called matured. Once upon a time, all our great grandfathers are all matured. To know what is immaturity, they always said you are immature. Because they never reacted, they always responded, they always sacrificed everything for the sake of progeny. Progeny has a mission, they sacrifice their life. That's the maturity. Sacrifice is the maturity. Not caring yourself is a maturity. Serving the majority is a maturity, called a mature. Is a matured enough. More than any animal. Now, the purpose of human is serve, evolve. Unconditional love, unconditional giving, unconditional compassion. Zero worshipping of self. Zero selfishness. Then only it can happen. Both cannot happen. When you stop worshipping yourself, only 100% you can worship it. Otherwise, only a comparison. At the end, there is no comparison. Everything you worship in other person is what you worship yourself, your taste. What you worship is your taste. Birds of the same feather flock together. Haven't you heard? Every crow loves its crow, loves its chick. Whether a black, ugly or beauty. For a crow, its baby is beautiful. For ignorant, for a smoker, what is beautiful? Another smoker. Beautiful. A girl smoking. For a drug addict, another drug addict. The rest of the world for them dummies, outdated, useless. They are smart, super smart. Rest of the world, what they know about high, and they only know heights of the Himalayas. Stupids, isn't it? To get high, you have to go to for high of the Himalayas, heights of the Himalayas. Sitting in Las Vegas, sitting in your room between the four walls in New York, wherever you are, it is delivered to you. High is delivered to you. Are we mad? Are we stupids to go to climb to the heights of the Himalayas, to go to high, to experience the high? Every day I experience the high. My life is full of high. That's a fact. I experience high every moment. You are taking something, I don't need anything. That's why Kumar is crazy. Can't you see His Highness? His Highness, can't you see His Highness? 4 hours, 5 hours. You are slogging. How many times you watch every day? First thing you watch today, because oh my God, today how many hours it is? Our volunteers, with great difficulty, we are bringing the students. If the Kumar is teaching like this, who will stick, who will move? We are not concerned about ourselves, we are concerned about the students. My office, my boss is counting upon me, I'm every day going to the office late, My boss is very unhappy. Kumar's boss is not unhappy, but my boss is very unhappy. I can see the resentment in the voice. I can see, everything. Words come very sharp. What to do? I'm gone crazy, High. People in high always go crazy. What to do? To create everyday product to you. And in my highness, isn't it? That's my highness. To give you the best of the worlds, the best of the nutrients, the best of the product. Unimaginable, isn't it? Technology. And that my highness is becoming madness for you. Crazy, isn't it? His Highness, His Holiness, Dalai Lama. He's always in the high because he wants to see you high. Every moment is every deal, every thought of Dalai Lama is to uplift the world, uplift the downtrodden. That only keeps him alive, and that is the high he enjoys. No one else in the world can have that highness of Dalai Lama. That's why Dalai Lama is called His Highness. His Excellency. Understand? What is Yogi Highness? High of indulgence of a drug, Jati Mantra Aushadha. Patanjali is saying, is your highness is because of mantra, music, is your highness is because of dance, dervish dance, is your highness, you are experiencing high because of the drug, a flood of a chemical inside, by a magician, are you addicted? The 4th chapter, the chapter of the freedom, starts with this shloka, Jati Mantra Aushadha. You fella don't talk about high. You are addicted fella. Indulgence. High in indulgence is you call, you become high, you make other people like miserable. One who becomes miserable to make everyone's high is called His Highness, Yogi, His Highness Dalai Lama. Without any input, the very attitude of serving someone, uplifting someone, alleviating the pain of someone keeps them on high, keeps them ready to sacrifice their life. People talk about adaptogenic in Himalayas, how many months it will take from high peak to low peak, acclimatization, 1 week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks. Dalai Lama traveled without any acclimatization program. Whole life he lived in Tibet, under the environment, above the sea, above 4,000 meters. Overnight, when he has to cross all the peaks and reach to a terrain like India at the sea level, for how many months it would take for an allied soldier? How many months it would take for an allied athlete? His Highness Dalai Lama could do it. How much preparation you do to go into the Himalayas? The one who lived forever in the Himalayas to come back onto this land, how much preparation is required? No preparation required for Dalai Lama. His Highness is that Highness you are talking about? That is yogi. Not a damn experience of a kundalini going crazy, going psychic. It's called highness. Going crazy is not highness. Understand? Utter surrender, humility. Kneeling down, ready to sacrifice the nature of your highness. Understand? Each one of your family tree person who created it did that centuries and centuries ago. He is from India. He is a yogi. What a tree we represent. What highness we represent. His Highness Chief Executive Google, Sundar Pichai. His Highness Satyanadella, the Chief Executive of Microsoft. Every 6 months they have to roll out a product which makes you feel your product is outdated, which makes you feel again you have to consume it, who make you buy, swelling out your entire money. Do you think an Apple phone comes just like that? How much you feel inferior when your mobile phone is outdated. When someone looking at when your kids are looking at your mobile phone as if it is a piece of shit, how a mother feels? What, mom? This is a mobile phone? Shit. Do you think, mom, we use this shit? Anyway, she is the one who doesn't understand, who clean the shit. Yes, we treat them as a shit only. We don't understand their highness. Understand? The world growing matured. Mothers are shit. The tools are shit. You are smart. Understand. You don't even understand what your mother bought at the end. Understand. So the ship, enormous amount of heavy, goes slow like this. Inertia, acceleration, due to high consumption. What kind of consumption of fuel? The ship will burn. Can you imagine? For the distance it travels, what the space occupied by hydrocarbon liquid, so-called gasoline or octane. What is the volume of the octane? 25% of the ship volume has to be occupied for its fuel. How many gallons? Thousands and thousands and thousands of gallons. Perhaps 1 million gallons. A ship indicates acceleration, lethargy, laziness, consuming more food, lack of agility, lack of swiftness, very slow, exactly like a bulk muscle fellow. They are meant for goods. It is meant for carrying the heavy bags, morning to evening too. Morning to evening to push. Once upon a time, people need to build, to use their physical labor to do jobs, no forklifts, everything. A human has to lift hundreds of kgs and dump in the industry. They are given highest value. Those who constructed Empire State Building must be like this. Then only the new technology started evolving. In 1934, between 1934 to 36, isn't it? The message is there's a thrust, maybe less. This is also thrust. Every satellite it carries and lives in the orbit every 6 months from NASA, every 6 months from ISRO in India is also like this. Thrust. Every jet fighter, F-16, stealth, weapons of stealth, F-16, Mirages, Falcons, they all, the stealth is in the thrust. All that. Two warheads of the nuclear, only one pilot can sit. The amount of the thrust, it is swift. Agility, speed, ability to dive, ability to lift when it is required, ability to dive. The amount of the thrust delivered per the gallon of the fuel burnt the distance traveled, you just can't calculate with this. This is called a yogi. Super light. A yogi body is super light. Muscle is designed. Super light. It is not built as a ship. What is your fitness? Which trust? Which class you belong to? You feel like eating ice cream, eating like biryani, eating like India biryani, eating like that. All the time thinking about what to eat, what to order. Sitting in front of the computer, doing the computer job, going to the gym, building the muscle, looking at the muscles. The one who plays internet games, for what he needs to be like a hero in the internet game. Useless fellow. Look, every time he's playing internet game, watching his muscle. What it has to do? It has to do with the fingers, finest muscle. It has to do with his brain. Nothing to do with his physical. But are you building a ship? Are you a ship? Are you a stealth? Yoga, the technology, fitness this is the fitness. What is the cost of this ship? What is the cost of this? What is the purpose of this? What is the purpose of this? The purpose of that is to go to the singularity, to reach out the heights where no one can reach, to conquer the enemy, any enemy. The one who conquers the enemy. Isn't it? So, thrust. The thrust is delivered by muscle, by consumption, by conservation. How light you are! How super light your joints are! How super light you feel yourself! Have you seen after you have a somarasa coffee, how you feel like? Super energetic. The present is somarasa, second edition. Have you seen? Half scoop is enough. If you are going for a cardamom flavor, you have to use full scoop. In fact, 1.5 scoop you have to use. It is to build a little bit of bulk muscle. But this is to slim muscle. Coffee somarasa cuts down your fat, burns your fat, only builds the muscle. Only it keeps the muscle, that's all. Rest everything it burns. Any fat it burns. That's why you should be extraordinarily careful with the coffee somarasa. It's a very powerful, like a stealth. In 1 month, 2 months you use, already you must have slimmed down, you must have noticed if you are only on coffee somarasa. It keeps you high, keeps you light, super energetic. Whereas the chocolate somarasa, almond somarasa, which is not yet come, because it's waiting for few of its raw materials not available. And cardamom, coconut somarasa, which gives you feeling of having muscular. Not the lightness, muscular feeling it gives. A huge difference between these flavors, the chemistry of this. So yoga means it is like a thrust created by this. This is a thrust we are talking about. We are not talking about the thrust of the weights, the thrust created by those huge engines firing, polluting the environment, polluting the waters of the sea. Of course, its purpose is different. Understand. The purpose is how many months it will take the ship from India to reach UK. 6 months. Now the sophisticated Chinese ships, trading ships, cargo ships reach to America quickest in a month time, maximum in a month time. They are the best of the ship cargo, cruising at the super speeds. Maximum time it takes is 1 month. So the demand is the ship which is just ready to leave from the shipyard. If you have to send something load, it is expensive. A ship which is going to be filled, which is going to be deported at a later date. So the cost of transportation is low because it might reach 3 months, it might take 4 months. But if you are shipping, if you want anything to be shipped very quick, so you have to ask your shipping agent to load into ready to leave the ship so that your goods will reach within no time, maximum 2 months, and within 1 month you will reach. For this to reach, air cargo, on the contrary, just a few hours. Just few hours, 9 hours, 16 hours, 24 hours is delivered. The delay is because of customs. Otherwise, within 24 hours, any parcel can be delivered at your doorstep. That is the ability of a yogi to reach every door, every soul, every heart. His brain is super light. The mind is super buoyant. It touches every soul. And this bulk muscle, it can't. What a lean muscle can do, your bulk muscle can never do. The purpose of human existence, you want to be a predator, or you want to be not even a predator. A predator is far better than being an elephant. An elephant thrust is too slow. Understand? Yoga are not the technologies of neither predator nor about elephant. The first heavy mammalians, dinosaurs, elephants, mammoths. Yoga is for super light like a bird, like Garuda, like a bird. So which muscle, which anabolic action, what kind of anabolic action you exert will shape, whether you want to shape a ship, whether you want to shape a stealth. In yoga, are you trying to build a ship, a stealth, this, or this spacecraft, rocket? This yoga of Krishnamacharya are called vinyasa. Your power yoga may be this stealth, but our yoga, Krishnamacharya yoga, or the yoga of vinyasa, is to build a rocket. It is super light, super light. The distance it can reach, the distance it can take. that the precise skill is how you shape your muscle, how much fuel it consumes, what kind of the fuel it consumes. Cryogenic. The amount, the distance, the velocity at which it can go, the speed at which it can go, the distance it can travel. Mars, the latest, the NASA, overnight, it is such a super success story of lander, on Mars lander, NASA super success mission of landing its rover on the Mars surface. Everyone in the world watched it. That's the highest viewed NASA YouTube sensation. YouTube sensation. You want the original picture? Original YouTube? You will get somewhere. And the NASA associated science news, you will get a genuine, the actual videograph sent by the lander. The weight landed down until it landed onto the surface of the Mars. Can you compare? Can you compare this with this? Can you compare this with this? Vinyasa, the styles of yoga, kramas in yoga. When you talk vinyasa, srishti krama, rakshana krama is the most important because that is the krama of the anabolic contraction and catabolism, ATP production mechanism. ATP production mechanism and ATP utilization mechanism. Are you doing exercise? Is your Rakshana Krama is to consume ATP to build, to initiate a protein synthesis for mitochondria building? Or is your ATP consumption to build anaerobic capacity? What is the purpose? How you are utilizing your cash? How you are utilizing the ATP generated? First thumb rule is what generates the maximum ATP using the minimum consumption. The purpose of conservation as a goal, you have to produce ATP. And then the ATP produced should be available 24/7. To make 24/7 ATP production, so what kind of infrastructure you need inside the cell? So what kind of infrastructure you create in the cell? That is called a rocket. That's called a lean muscle in yoga. A lean muscle means a muscle which 24/7 doesn't hardly anything consume, cryogenic, consumes very less. Produces the highest level of thrust. So active, a yogi is so active. His mind is super active, super buoyant. Than the deep blue, than the quantum computer. His body is so light than space aircraft. His speed, you can't catch. You can't catch. The change is too late for him. His speed is such, the change is too slow for them. For me to drive my car, so in today's circumstances of the traffic, for me it is like a free highway I drive. But for the same age of mind, they're struggling to drive because when they learn to driving, when they purchase the cars, hardly there is any traffic on the road. Today, all my friends of my age struggle to drive on the road in the midst of the traffic, blaming the traffic. Oh my God, what kind of traffic on the road? For me, Today it is much easier to drive, much more challenging, much more easy to drive, and it tests my brain, it keeps me in the present, and to reach the fastest than you guys in my car. You are driving your car and you're trying to compete. Maybe you're a 20-year-old, 25-year-old. 100% I can tell you, you can't chase me. I'm the first person. If it is empty road, perhaps you can. So you are using the vehicle power, not your brain power. But if you have to drive in the most traffic areas like in Delhi, in Bangalore, like in Hyderabad, then you are way behind catching that Tacoma to reach the destination. Many people say, by the time I leave this place and I have my breakfast, I change my dress, I get into my car, start traveling to office. Sir, already you are in the car, traveling to the, oh, so quick. And next thing already you are in the office, sir. Oh my God. So quick. The next moment, already you are in the factory, sir. Oh my God. You are already in the factory. 70 miles away, 40 miles away, every day. Thrice or 4 times a day. Oh, you are back to office. From your factory, from office, you are back to home. For me, timeless journey is timeless. There is no time excess. Time tries to catch up with me. I'm not chasing the time, but time is chasing me to go with me. The problem in my organization is, so the ability to cope. That's why the present chief executive told, slow down, no one. Already you traveled miles together and they're already so tired. You have infinite capacity of endurance, but all these guys are already tired. Now no, they can't run anymore. I can't run. That's why now stop. Enough. Stop. Now instead, so do something else. Otherwise these guys can never reach. They don't have any endurance, nor they have any speed. Already you travel, already your spacecraft reached that level. And these people are struggling, complaining, not able to reach. They're complaining on you. Complaining the God. Not able to cope with complaining the God. All our troubles are complaining the God, complaining someone. For our inadaptogenic and for our inadaptive, for our slow, for our lethargy, for our laziness, for our lack of adaptability, for our lack of efficiency of fuel conversion, for our lack of inability to produce ATP, for our lack of inability to produce ATP, consuming less fuel, we blame our wives, we blame our children, we blame our bosses, we blame the society. You blame the God at the end, every moment. You curse the God. Hey God, give me more efficient. You forget what God has given you. Given me and given you the same body, the same brain. My brain is not different from you. The way I programmed it, the way I am using it, the same body God has given you and me, whether you are in America, whether you are in the UK, whether you are a Muslim, whether you are a Christian, whether I am a Hindu, doesn't matter at all. The same hardware and same software. The fact that God is equal to us all. The fact is we are all the same. The fact is 99.9999%, except the thin keratin layer of the body, superficial keratin layer of the body, 99.99999% is the same. Understand? For one to blame, then he will hold on to 0.00000001 reality. A guru, for you to cope with your guru, you have to be a seeker, you have to qualify, that's the tradition. In terms of your devotion, in terms of your surrender, in terms of your commitment, it is not to favor anyone, it is to favor yourself. Understand? I have not done at the end any favor to anyone. It is what a favor God has done to me, what a favor I have done for myself. I can't realize. I started with that only. Understand? God gives us a position, God gives everything. To serve Him means to serve, to be selfless. He is giving us more means to serve more. Where are my volunteers? If at all, if they had an opportunity to work for this organization, if that, whether they are paid or unpaid, it is a foolishness even to think of. Living is an arrogance, is an immaturity. They are simply Lucifer worshippers. They are not understanding. They are the sensual seekers, indulgence seekers. Understand the difference between me and if you want to experience what I experience, the infinite gratitude every moment. The super lightness, the super speed at which my brain can process. Understand? IQ is the world of disconnecting. Consciousness is the world of connecting. Understand? I'm not talking about damn IQ is a detrimental, So-called dyslexic are far better human beings. Have the far better comprehending capacity, summarizing capacity, understanding capacity. Dyslexics are far better hearted, close to the heart of the God, only creates the dyslexic. Dyslexic is the one who doesn't go between the words, between the lines, the one who goes between the books, between the pages, between the papers, without any judgment. The one who understands everything is called a dyslexic. God is a dyslexic. God doesn't have high IQ. Understand? Super arrogant is high IQ fellows. You always stand in queue. Understand, you're looking for a queue. Dyslexics, there's no there's no queue for them. They are in no way, they are in queue. Life is incomparable for them. Life is a love for them. Life is a connecting for them. Albert Einstein is a dyslexic. Michelangelo is a dyslexic. Vasco da Gama is a dyslexic. Leonardo da Vinci is a dyslexic. Socrates is a dyslexic. Plato is a dyslexic. Perhaps every yogi is a dyslexic. The one who goes between the words and goes between the spelling, goes between unnecessary thing, he is an IQ arrogant fellow. He is the one who is miserable. He is always complaining. They are called so-called pseudo-perfectionists, for their all imperfections, for all their limitations. These are the corporates and organizations which worships IQs, far away from SQ, spiritual questions. There is my favorite student called Becky in Liverpool. She tells me, Mr. Kumar, I am dyslexic. Now you are me. I am you. You are a yogi. You are the best of the students I can tell anywhere. Who serves the world, who connects to the real world of challenged world. Her world is her living, her joy is a world of suffering. She is a yogini. She has a heart of, because she's a dyslexic. She claims that is her negative quality. She doesn't realize what a positive quality it is God has given her. I love her. In Liverpool, she brings all the world and suffering. Everyone loves her, not because of her feat of the body like acrobat, not for her, for good soul, not for a bad ass of arrogance. Understand? Yoga is not bending asses of arrogance. It is to bending the soul, reaching the soul, bending the ego to reach the soul, bending the ego to connect to the soul, to take center of mass to the center of singularity, to remove, to connect is yoga. Understand? What transformation in you, how much selfless you have become, how much unconditional you have become, how your living has become 100% acceptance, zero resistance. You live 100% in every moment. That's the life. They're always joyful, irrespective whether you have money or not, whether you have something to eat or not. You are always in joy. Understand? Anabolic trust. To build trust, you have to trust. In yoga, the highest strength I have, my devotion, my unquestionable surrender to the voice of a guru, that's all. What the voice is doesn't matter. Whoever in that position called a guru, always I am 100% surrendered to the position. I never undermine that position. Understand? There is no day in my life I don't talk about the Guru. Gratitude to the Guru. Gratitude to the God. Gratitude to the pull of consciousness, which you enjoy. Every moment is the presence of the God. Presence of the God means an absolute human with unconditional love, unconditional compassion, unconditional super light, unconditional helping attitude, no scrupule, lethargy, lazy, absolutely no self-seeking. Understand? Here is no one sitting for any show. I don't need enough outside, my position, my status, all. Understand? All of them ways of disconnecting, not ways of connecting. So every day you are understanding little bit, aspects of living, ahara, vihara, very easy to finish a class. It is a class of connecting to the soul. It is not a class of a robot. To finish a university course, number of hours today over, step 1, step 2, step 3, step. I'm not trying to reach out your ego. I'm trying to connect to soul. Soul is slow, connecting, patience, calm, quiet, listening. What doesn't listen? Ego. What is ready to listen? Soul. Understand? I'm teaching to your soul. I'm not teaching to your ego. The one in you which doesn't like this show is called ego. The one in you which wants to listen, which likes it is called soul. Are you clear? You have both. If you don't have other one, then you are a good student. Understand? Then you are already surrendered. Your journey is easy. Your journey, the joy of burden is the joy. Joy of burden you have, not suffering of burden. Every moment you enjoy, longer it is, better it is for you. In case, if there is, only soul is listening. If only soul is listening. But if ego doesn't listen. For ego it says, like it has to be like a plus b, a square plus b square plus 2ab. How you have proven the multiplication? I don't want. No need to understand. Hey wife, I don't need to understand. I know what you are. This is what you say. I don't need to understand. Hey boss, I don't need to understand. My boss will never understand. That is a word of ego. Soul has all the patience. Soul wants to listen. Never, always interested. Always interested. Anything you talk about it. What is not a sin, what is not an indulgence. You talk about Himalayas, you talk about yogis. So soul, oh my God, coming home, your soul is in joy. And ego, damn, what makes it boring, what makes it feels you, oh my God, so long chasing, time is chasing you. You are chasing the time is far ahead. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. If I have to tell the stories, serving the soul, a God-given chance, my dear. God has given us everything. To be a predator or to be serve others. The scientific evolution of the Darwin indicates we evolved to connect, we evolved to serve. evolve to behave matured, evolve to be a selfless, evolve to be using only cerebral cortex, evolve to be shunning the activity of the reptilian, shunning the activity of cerebellum, evolve to be heart going flat, breath going flat, brain going flat, evolve to be experiencing the singularity, Holy Spirit. No species can talk about Holy Spirit. No species can talk about, beyond their imagination, about Jesus. Though they live, though they respect, but they don't talk about it. We talk about it, but we never live for it. Every other species lives by it, respects it, but doesn't even claim, doesn't even talk about it. There's no question to talk. They won't even question about it, first of all. There is 100% acceptance of that person. We talk about it, question about it. We never live. God given us your education, everything God arranged for you already. He arranged enough for each one of us. Why? Why we are evolved to be human? The same story. God arranged, made our life so comfortable. Where you are getting a $10, $100, $1,000, doesn't matter. He arranged it to serve. Are you serving? Are your bucks serving? How many people serving? Are they serving you only? If they are serving you, then you are not doing the job of what God wants to. You are serving the Lucifer, God will push you where He has to push you. You are enjoying the stale food. You are doing as entire evolution, as every organism as a part of the evolution is doing. You are also doing as a part of the human evolution what as a human you are supposed to do. Being a completely selfless, whatever you get, only sacrificing it like your grandfather. Whatever you get, only sacrificing it, feeling overwhelmed with the gratitude whatever you have, without any expectation. Then you are in the service of the God. You are a God. You enjoy every moment the glory of the Lord. That is the joy. That is the super light. When that wisdom dawns upon you, that soon you start appreciating the manifestations of the God around you. You start seeing everyone as a God. Everyone as a God sent. Everything is a God arranged only to serve others, not to serve yourself. You will be afraid to serve yourself anymore. You will be scared to serve yourself. That's why you are called sacred. You are ready to sacrifice. The word of scared, sacred, everything is there only. Sacrifice. See. Understand? The one who is scared to sacrifice. The one who is scared to be a sacred. Understand? He is the sufferer. He is not doing as a human is supposed to do. A human existence is for. The purpose of evolution is to sacrifice. The joy being a sacred, and that is the highest joy. There you are, where your DNA stops looking anymore. where its stress becomes zero, the mission accomplished, maturity of organism achieved, search is over. Search for a Donald Trump never ending. The thirst of Larry Page, Jeff Bezos, Elon Musk will never end. It is not the thirst, it is the trust. It is the thrust. It is not the thrust of consumption, but the thrust of conservation. Understand? Don't be thirsty. Build your trust in trust of the God. That's all. God arranges because He loves you the most. He only sends His messenger called prophet, called Allah, Rama, Krishna, Buddha, called a yogi, called a guru. That's what every guru said, including Patanjali. Buddha refused to teach when no one trusted. One has to say, Buddham Sharanam Gacchami. Understand? How far you are away, how much you are evolving every moment, how much you are realizing every day, how many times you are reprimanded, how many times you are corrected, how many times you are behaving like a silly. Your soul only knows, your arrogance knows. Understand? I never gave any scope for any of my guru. Understand? I know the world of silly ego, arrogance ego. Understand, my dear. Ego is not an asset. That is the thing which connects you, which deprives you from entire field of happiness, entire field of lightness. It is a heavy ship. Ego is a heavy ship, testosterone reacting. It can never be super light. Soul is super light. Ego is so heavy. Each one of these courses, each one of the discourses are for everyone. New and old, ashram represents new and old always. Everything, everyone is a new only, there is no old. If old means, if one thinks old, he is not living in the present. That's why he considers, I am old. Old means in spirituality matured. New means ready to be matured. And is old is really matured, I am doubtful. Whether the new is really ready to be matured, already matured, I am doubtful. Can be both. That's why it is all about the growth of the spirit important than growing old in the spirituality. Everyone grows old. Everyone hair grows. Whether ego is great, dissolved, dead, that is only the growth. As young as Shankaracharya, as young as Nachiketa, Bhrigu, they are matured souls at a very young age. Nothing is a criteria to be matured, new, old, gender, experience, age. Nothing is a criteria. Only criteria is trust. Trust. And thirst for a thrust of conservation, weary of ego, concern of soul. That's all. We continue. Today, what have you learned? The lesson? Catabolic, anabolic. It is in your yoga can be done. Is your muscle like a ship? Is muscle like an aircraft? Or is your body like a rocket, spacecraft? Spacecraft cruising through the space, aircraft cruising through the air. Is it a sea, a water, or is it a bus? Solid element, liquid element, air element, space element. One superior to the other in terms of agility, in terms of the speed, in terms of low resistance. What is consciousness? I'm not joking with you. Is it a space? It is much above. Consciousness. Is it consciousness? No, it is much beyond consciousness. These elements are pulling down elements. Solid element, bus, train, too slow. It can't connect the entire world. Water, next speed you can achieve is in the water. Next speed is in air. Next speed in space. Spacecraft is superior to aircraft. Aircraft is superior to cruise ship. Cruise is superior to bullet train. It can travel. A train traveling in the air is not called bus you take, truck you take, your Ferrari car you take. Don't take bullet train which flies in the air. Which is superior. Yoga means solid is dissolved in the water, water is dissolved. It is, the journey of the road is already over. The journey in the cruise ship is already over. The journey of the water is over. It's too slow. The journey of the aircraft is over. It's too slow. Which thirst? Which trust? Spacecraft, space is too small field to talk about. Then only comes sense door consciousness, and then the mind consciousness, then the consciousness of perception fields of advanced civilizations, a wormhole journey, and then comes the journey of the black hole, the singularity, miles to go. A yogi, supramental consciousness, supramundane consciousness, the field beyond entire field of existence. Whether it is superconscious or ordinary conscious or no conscious, the field that operates everything, that pervades everything, that is beyond everything, call it singularity, call it Allah, call Holy Spirit. Which muscle, which programming you are doing? Is the program for the lean muscle? It is to change gene expression, to achieve zero stress, zero resistance, to finish, to accomplish the journey of DNA. That is a yogi. Understand? It is not about the muzzle of a ship question. a muzzle of a train, muzzle of a bus, muzzle of a truck, muzzle of a ship, muzzle of aircraft, or a muzzle of a rocket. It is a programming at the DNA level. It is no more a muscle. The muscle and its organelle is to build infrastructure to make consumption zero. That's self-sufficient. It doesn't require your cell. Your DNA tells, I don't need any more oxygen. Hey, heart, stop functioning. No more. No food is required. Tato dvandva abhighatam. I reached, like anything else, like an electron, like anything else, a sustainable state. I don't need anything. Now I can be independent. You don't need to consume. Hey, human, don't consume anything. Hey, ego fella, don't consume anything. No air required. Hey, heart, stop beating. No, not required. I'm already there with the nature's frequency. What runs everything? And that runs this thing also. Why any consumption is required? Who is making electron to move around the proton in a hydrogen? Is hydrogen is eating all the time? Eating? Like us? So what is like progress? Which muscle? Is it a muscle? It is the muscle which accommodates such an infrastructure. The mechanisms where your consumption becomes zero. Only human can do it, no other species can do it. When you do a dharana, your oxygen consumption has already come down. I'm telling you, your rest heart rate will tell. Your oxygen consumption will tell in a day whether you are a yogi or not, whether you are fit or not. I'm telling you, a half a liter air you are consuming. Every minute, you are a yogi. You are super healthy. It's not because both nostrils are blocked, you are not able to breathe, you are dying. Don't talk that negative language. I'm talking about efficient language. Understood? Everything stops when consumption is cheap, when there is the demand is cheap. Your DNA right now demanding, that's why you are breathing, you are eating. When your DNA tells not to breathe anymore, you stop breathing. Not to eat anymore, you stop breathing. It's not that DNA is dying. It doesn't need anything. It is happy. It doesn't need. It is consuming because of the stress. That is evolution. So when the stress is removed, it doesn't need anything. I'm very happy. You are a yogi. You are not dead, you are alive. 100% alive. You are much more than a spacecraft. Your speed is so high. You connect it to everything. Everything is in you. And you are in everything. That happens only when zero resistance is achieved. Superconductance is achieved. There is nothing, no journey. You are at what speed you are means you are there in everywhere means simultaneously. At what speed you are. So you can't calculate. That's called Bell's theorem. You are there everywhere, in everything. Everything is in you. The barriers of the time, space, speed vanished. That is the level of zero resistance. That's called a superconductance. That's called singularity. The journey of anabolic, catabolic, of yoga goes to the level of creating infrastructure at that level. Even the mind-driven mechanisms have to be addressed. Then only the conservation can be achieved. Annamaya kosha, physical level. at cellular level, air level, oxygen level. But what is making oxygen to consume more? Emotion, sense doors, your mind, your intellect, your ego. Fight and flight mechanism is not for survival of a hunting animal. Fight or flight mechanism is what you want to. You are simply not getting it. Your taste, you are not getting it. Or whatever is served is not as per your taste. Your fight and flight mechanism is for the taste, not for survival. That's the problem. Entire consumption. And this consumption is much, much higher than consumption for a living like our predecessors lived for. The consumption is only for survival, not for the taste. All our fight and flight mechanism, all our stresses. You want to hear the words of only what you like. You want to taste the dishes of what you like. God has to arrange whatever you want, a promotion to, increment to, a car to, a bungalow to. Still, it is unending journey. You will never be contented. You will never be happy. You continue to blame the God, continue to blame everyone for your consumption. For consumption, there is no end. There is an end to conservation. There is an end to consumption only in zero. Otherwise, if you want to add the value, there is no end. There is no end. The other day I told you zero and angles. Any angle, is there any end? Tell me. 1 degree, 0.1 degree, 0.01 degree, Will it ever end? Infinite. By division, by multiplication, by addition, by subtraction. You will never arrive at that infinite. Only one thing is finite, is zero. What is not zero will never be zero. There is no measurement. What is not 1 degree? When you talk about point, decimal, 0. What is not zero will never be zero. Whether it is small, infinitesimal, or whether it is small or a big, what is not zero is never a zero. never is zero entropy. We are talking about zero. Where you call 1 degree or 10 to the power of so. Point number of zeros. Again at the end of 1. Never end. Still it is angle only. Angle of perception, consumption. For you to understand. How many dimensions are there? Tell me now. How many angles are there? 360 degrees? How many angles are there? How many dimensions are there? From the zero, infinite. I told you, 1 degree means too large. 0, 0, 0, 0, you can divide it by infinite. Still, it's infinite. How many angles, how many dimensions are there? Infinite. Understand. For you to understand. The world of infinity is possible only from the point of finite. Every angle, a reference point is zero. That's all. Understand. A yogi means a zero entropy, superconductance. Connecting means what is not infinite. Understand? That's why there is no place for infinite in spirituality. In the journey in infinite consciousness, Buddha traveled ekagra bhumikas, infinite consciousness. He said, you are a fool to go into that. It is to go beyond zero. Zero entropy, zero resistance, zero consumption. Understand? These are all the finer points. As you more listen, understand, dig. Understand. Don't keep the decimal. Stop. A stop is, a decimal is stop. Full stop. Zero. Anything you keep stops. Stops conductivity, stops the flow. Count begins. That's why no full stop, only zero. Why I told today, in abroad, you do yoga as a profession, yoga as a job. You are serving the ashrama yoga as a paid volunteer. Nothing wrong. Understand? Nothing wrong. You are doing it. Anyone serving an ashram, paid means minimum only you will get. He is serving the world of selflessness. Your profession as a yoga teacher, not for name, not for fame, in abroad. Because you liked it, you have chosen it. Do you know? Because you liked it, you have chosen it. Not because there's a money in yoga, you have chosen it. No. Because you liked yoga, you chosen it. You liked painting, you have become a painter in abroad, In abroad, you pursuing yoga career entirely different. I adore you. For your taste has become yoga. Because you know very well, it is not a remunerative. You know very well. Only 1% of you out of 100, even one doesn't make money. Out of 10,000 in UK, maybe 1 or 2 people will make money using yoga. Yoga is a means of money making, but not you. Then why you choose to do yoga course? Why you choose to do? Why you wanted to be a yoga teacher? Because you liked it. That's why I adore you. That is called a service. That is called a selfless service. You are justifying what God has given you as a role of a human being. You are indeed incredible like me. You sacrificed your life, your incredible soul serving the yoga. Understand? In India, those whoever are doing yoga here in India, either for the bhoga or it is to cure their roga, disease, or to indulge more. Not for to be a yogi. Yoga is not a profession. All those enrolled in yoga, this is not as a profession. Very good. Then is the mission of doing yoga. If someone is making it a profession, for example, in India, it is because they liked it, because there is no other profession which they can do. They choose this as a profession for earning money, for name, for fame. That is completely wrong. A huge difference, that's what Vivekananda tells, a huge difference between the volition behind becoming a yoga teacher in abroad, between a yoga teacher in abroad and India who is enrolling in yoga, a huge difference. Understand? The purpose has to be to serve yoga, to serve selfless, to become selfless. Whether you are in India, whether you are in abroad, I am telling in abroad, already that is your volition. In India, it is a far-reaching volition of selfless activity. Pursuing yoga is a selfish activity. A huge difference, understand. Why Indians are coming America to work for a Google? When you are in America to serve Google, why you are not interested in Google? Is that because you can't study engineering? Why you have not studied engineering? Because you liked yoga. Why this guy in India studied? He doesn't know there is a yoga. Why he studied engineering? To come to America. For what? To work for Google. For what? To earn bucks. That is the difference between you and a huge difference. You have done a sacrifice. Living in UK, not serving those damn corporate companies. You living in America, you have chosen not to work for these corporates. You choose yoga. That is your sacrifice. We choosing to serve Google, over serving the, born in a country of yoga, using yoga to serve Gokul, to consume, to cure my disease. Sacrificing yoga to serve Google. Who is stupid? Which is selfish activity? Which is selfless activity? That's what I am talking. Understood? The question is not an Indian or a foreigner. The question is a volition. Do you need a job of a Google to fill your stomach? Is there anyone dying because of the hungerness in India? To go to America? You stupid? Is there anyone dying in India? You see every Friday morning. You see in front of the masjid. You see in front of the temple. Why people are sitting with those bowls? They survive. Are they dead? They are making much more money. They could have gone to America, isn't it? To keep the ball in the Wall Street and sit to get more money? You mean to say the same? Why have you left the country? Why are you doing this corporate job? Why your mission is not a yogi? Why someone's mission is a yogi? To serve others. He is not even born in this country. He is pursuing the course in yoga. An American, somewhere in Finland, someone in Europe, someone in UK. You damn Indian. How immature you are. In which pursuit you are. Selfless. God arranged this job to serve yourself, to buy a big plot, to big flat in Bangla, in Bay Area. You useless fellow. Do you think they are fools in America? They have the wisdom to choose to like yoga, because I like yoga, I choose yoga. They're far better, I tell you, far better. 100% better. We stupids talk about God, most of our culture. You useless fellow. Use everything for your selfish purpose, for your name, for your fame. Everything God arranges to become a predator you are using. They are using to serve the God, to become socializing. For them, yoga is a socializing. For you, yoga is to become a predator. For predator to be fit. That's what Vivekananda precisely said. You stupid. When will you realize? That's why I said, understand. Never in my life, on account of having no food, on account of anything I told you, whether my father or a grandfather, nothing affected me. It's because of my poverty or because of my father. I did not want to end in America earning the bucks. Never in your life as an Indian, money should be the motivating factor. As long as your stomach is filled, as long as a small kapda is there. Dal, roti, kapda, makan. What country talks about dal, roti? You useless fellow. Is it a country representing a dal, roti? Kapda, makan. Is that for that purpose you have gone? To be a part of a big conspiracy to loot the world. You are serving the damn corporate looters. You betrayed your country and its spirit. Living in this country also, you are doing the same. Become a yogi. Become selfless. God has given you for what He arranged everything, your family, your riches, your education. He arranged it for you to serve others. Sacrifice everything. When that moment will come, for that the training is. That is the field of yoga. Yoga is not, again, jump to become a predator, to jump more, to consume more. The damn yoga psychology you have. Understand? Mind your mission in yoga. That is not the mission of the yogis. The mission of yoga is for the yogis to become a yogi, means to serve, to serve, to serve, to serve, to serve. You should be afraid even to keep food in your mouth. It should not swallow down. That is an Indian attitude, you know. Haven't you seen your forefathers? In their plate, food is kept aside first for their fathers who died, who sacrificed for them. A food is kept in a plate aside. Haven't you seen as a grandchild? Means already you are rich enough to disconnect, not to express gratitude to your forefathers. Before even they kept the food in their mouth, a first tinsel of the food is kept in a corner in a plate because they never ate. They sacrificed their life in gratitude to them. Because you did not eat, I am eating today. I am living to eat because you did not live to eat. For us to live, you did not live to eat. That's why I am leaving something, a tinsel in the plate. Are you doing that? Your grandfathers also forgotten. Your pseudo-grandfathers now. Damn, 50-year-old, 60-year-old pseudo-grandfathers. Disgusting to see fellow Indian. The culture of the vultures he forms. The one distant is interested in becoming a yogi, born on this land, betraying this land and its culture, leading a selfish life. Is for that world looking for India? India, India, India. Where is India? Where is India? The British archaeologists discovered one find. Wow, this is the authentic India. This is what the world, Indus Valley civilization. This is a civilized society. No one lives here for their food, for their purpose. The purpose of living here is to serve others, respect others, enliven others. Nowhere this civilization exists. In utter awe of Indus Valley civilization. Are you Indian? Are you cultured? Your bank account, your properties, your assets, your taste, your palatial bungalow, predator living in your palatial bungalow will tell. Your way of your bringing up your children will tell whether you are a predator or whether you are a socializing Indian or whether you have become a predator. sacrificed all the sacrifices done by your forefathers. You know, all their sacrifices gone to. You know, you sacrificed all your family to sacrifices. You fellow, stupid fellow. You are proud. Your pseudo-Indian feeling. You know. May all those yogis may forgive you for sacrificing their sacrifices. May all your grandfathers, great-grandfathers, may forgive you for sacrificing their sacrifice of their lives. May them forgive you, for you have become a lion, a creature, a parasite. Forgive you, you have become a consumer. After having children also, you are looking for a taste, isn't it? After having children also, you are looking for a sexual partner, is it? After having a job also, you are looking for another job, isn't it? Looking for another partner, isn't it? Looking for another mother, is it? Do you think your thirst will stop? The spirit of yoga, only one spirit, is called a spirit, is to serve, selfless. That is only the mission people realized, called yoga, called seekers of, peace, seekers of serving others, selflessness. Yoga is never a path of seekers for selfishness. The way we trade every limb in yoga, we sell every mantra. Have you discovered a mantra? Have you discovered Sanskrit? Leave it alone. How dare you are, how selfish you are, to sell a mantra. To say, you will start charging your baby? Hey, my dear baby, you are born to me. You have to pay this much. Now you said, first letter, you have to pay $3,000. Now you said, Mom, you have to pay me $10,000. That's the way the mother's becoming now. Isn't it? That has become a spirituality. How come you go for that? For selling to that level we stoop down. To sell alphabets of yoga. To sell yoga. Deepak Chopra, number one seller of this. Each one of these gurus. I can't tell you. His Highness Dalai Lama, if he has to sell, if he has to trade in, what we have, what yoga techniques you have. All these are copied and pasted. What I am teaching you is original. Understand? Dalai Lama is not a fake guru, an original guru. His monasteries are not fake yoga studios, monasteries of Disney studio. They are the real monasteries in the Tibet, in Sikkim, in Bhutan. The technologies are not your pseudo-technologies of goat yoga, naked yoga. The technologies of real vinyasa. They are entering into a box, retiring into a cave. It's the real, not a fake. Understand. Learn. Be a genuine aspirant, a genuine seeker. The whole mission is to become selflessness. The whole mission is to prepare this body to serve others, to dissolve ego. Understand? Not to sell yoga, not to use yoga. Understand? As a means of selflessness to serve others, fine, but selfishness, crime. Understand? I think I have clarified enough on that account. Why Vivekananda adored someone pursuing the spirituality in abroad, appreciated their selflessness in aspiring to become a yoga teacher in abroad. Why he denied an Indian aspiring to be an athlete or aspire to do some job other than yoga. Why he criticized, why these people are not happy with what already the trade, the family gives. Nishkama karma yoga. Vivekananda is absolutely right. Do you think you will ever satisfy? Your thirst for money will ever end. It then end to the desire, the world of the Lucifer. How quickly you realize, how quickly whatever you are getting because of the God arranged it to you, to have a wisdom of how quickly not to enjoy any of it, but to use it for others. As an Indian, when that realization will come to you, that day you will be at peace. That day you are an Indian. That's called Indus Valley civilization. Prevail in you. in all selfless pursuit. Amen. Inshallah akbar. May Lord bless your family to be selfless, to serve selfless, for conservation, to become yogi, to get matured enough to achieve the purpose of human, to appreciate for which we are called human, to mature to be called human. Homi no ye human is what connecting others without resistance, matured enough to make zero DNA, to demand zero consumption, to stop demanding company you work for, boss you work for, partner work for, children you have, friends you have, colleagues you have, community you have, country in where you live, county where you live, to stop demanding, to stop demanding. That happens when your DNA stops demanding air on food conservation. Stress is a demand, consumption is result of demand. A human is the one who stops demanding, who starts serving, 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 serving. conserving. May Lord bless your partner not to demand anymore. Be content and learn to conserve, learn to train your DNA, not to demand anymore. Becoming a yogi, learning technologies, making demand zero. Not dependent on anyone, becoming independent, whose happiness is independent, whose existence is independent of anything, everything. May Lord bless your parents, grandparents who realize importance of conserving, reducing consumption, increasing conservation is a way of staying healthy, living long to end the journey here and now, making demand zero, zero. May Lord bless your children, grandchildren to learn the technologies of making demand zero, learn to live with principles of yoga, zero entropy, pursuit of human career, wedding, everything to realize is to serve others. Becoming selfless is means of higher happiness, only way of happiness. May Lord bless your sibling not to be consumed, no concern, to be partners in progress, to be a family or members of family, to be in the pursuit of journey of conservation, pursuit of spreading family, everyone, as Vivekananda said. Brothers of America, sisters of America, brothers of world, sisters of world. Hey brother, look at me. I am a Indian, I am a big brother, I am here for you to sacrifice at every level. He is called brother, brother of not his family, of civilian born to mother. Mother is Holy Spirit, Paramatma. World is a family, everyone is family member too. worship and sacrifice and serve. Purpose of existence of their noble family is only to serve and selfless, serve and selfless, serve and selfless, to be happy, to be healthy, brother, 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 Indian, oh brother. May Lord bless your friend, Sanihitan, the one who is the well-wisher, the one who is a part of journey of selfless is called Sannihita, Snehita. A friend in need, a friend in need is indeed becoming selfless, becoming serving, sacrificing every moment who sacrifices. He is called a friend. May Lord bless all your colleagues for the league of selfless, body to be conserved, not to demand anything, but to conserve everything. May our collect form, may formation like birds in the sky, for to conserve, to be selfless, to conserve, to put the colleague into front, to stay behind is what a colleague is all about. May Lord bless your community, may Lord bless your state and county and your province, may Lord bless your country, may Lord bless world within you. To finish the job of DNA, not to demand to end the world of stress, to make zero stress as a zero, that as a maturity, that as a expression, that as a programming. May your DNA mature to be DNA of human. No more doing, executing both ways of gene expression of animal, gene transcription of animal, changing it a yoga. Technologies are yoga. May Lord bless you become a yogi. May Lord bless you to be healthy, happy, and in peace, and in harmony. May Lord bless you to be healthy, you to be happy, to be secure. May I be grateful to you. May I express my grace to you. Gratitude to the Pulahan, gratitude to be selfless, to have an opportunity to serve. May I be grateful forever. May you have a great evening in selflessness. May you have a great night of a soul and spirit, selfless, resistanceless, all connecting, all conducting, in all love and compassion. May your day, may this morning dawns upon to perform everything selfless, to serve, to be healthy and happy. Namaste. 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 You are my happiness. Everything around me is my happiness. Then you are always happy. Namo Namah. Namo Namah. Namo Namah. It is not to hurt anyone. It is to make you realize what the purpose of a human. Tato punstva janthunam narajanma durlabhamataha. Tato punstva viprataha. Having born as a human, the purpose of pursuing the technologies, because you have come to these technologies. My job is to tell you how to conduct ourselves in these technologies. Understand? The purpose of the technology is introducing you, connecting you into the world of sacrifices, world of selflessness, world of collectiveness, world of connectedness, Kali Yoga, where there is no scope for any ego, any identity.